financing of terrorism and countering the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in addressing deficiencies identified during the mutual evaluation of Kenya. There are various laws that this bill seeks to amend, and the Extradition, Contagious and Foreign Countries Act, CAP 76, is a part of the laws that the bill seeks to make amendments to. And a part of the amendment is to provide for simplified extradition measures and expressly provide for the offense of terrorism financing as an extraditable offense. The amendment to this particular law will be seeking to provide for simplified extradition measures and expressly providing for the offense of terrorism financing as an extraditable offense. The State Corporations Act, CAP 446, is also a part of the laws that this bill seeks to make amendments to. This one is with regards to exclude the application of the Act to the Financial Reporting Center, thereby facilitating the operational independence of the Financial Reporting Center in conformity with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF standards. Lined up for amendments in the laws that this bill seeks to amend include a total of about 15 laws that are lined up, and this afternoon the mover will be called to reply. Again, members of the National Assembly will also consider the Climate Change Amendment Bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 42 of 2023. This bill, yet again, is by the leader of the majority party in the amendments to the 2016. As the overarching policy organ on climate change, to provide guidance and policy direction on carbon markets in the country. Also, the bill seeks to align the provisions of membership of the Council for better operations, as well as to enhance the powers and duties of the Cabinet Secretaries. Basically, these are some of the proposals in this amendment that this bill will be achieving once the amendment is passed. Provision of regulation of the carbon markets in the Climate Change Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 42 of 2023. And the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, as you can see, he is walking into the chambers, already in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this broadcast that is brought to you by Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, we don't have quorum. You may ring the bell. Jared.
Well, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has just directed that the quorum bell be rung. This is pursuant to the House Standing Order number 34, that if the House lacks the requisite quorum of 50 members at the commencement of the House, then a quorum bell will be rung. And this is, of course, to give way to the members. As you can see, they're walking into the chambers, members who may be within the precincts of Parliament, but yet to get to the chambers to be able to make their way to the chambers. The bell is to give room to the members to be alerted that their presence in the chambers is highly required, and that they should be making their way there. So currently is the 10-minute quorum bell as directed, and we will be seeing members walking in. Once the quorum is achieved, 50 members, once are seated in the chambers, then the Sergeant at Arms will alert the Speaker, and the Speaker will call the House to order for the commencement of the House business. 3 bills are lined up for second reading, or rather are at the second reading stage and are lined up for consideration at the floor of the House this afternoon. The Water Amendment Bill, originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 33 of 2023, by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, is part of the 3 bills that this afternoon are lined up to be considered at the National Assembly. And this bill seeks to amend the Water Act 2016 for the purposes of operationalizing public-private partnership in the water sector. This bill also seeks to provide for additional powers. That is an indication from the Sergeant at Arms
We now
that
have quorum to transact our business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I have 2 short communications. The first one is a recognition of staff from the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of staff from the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises Mr. Emmanuel Nehoya, Deputy Director, Table Office, Ms. Carol Ann Esterhuizen, Chief Legal Officer, Legal Services, Ms. Lynette Sawyers, Parliamentary Clerk, Mr. Ian Van Wyk, System Control Officer, Mr. Simon Shikudule, Chamber Officer, and Mr. Benjamin Kandapaera, Chamber Officer. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country to interact, learn, and share experiences on best practices with their counterparts in the Directorate of Legislation and Procedural Services in the National Assembly. In fact, this afternoon we allowed Mr. Emmanuel Nahoya to attend our House Business Committee as an observer. On my own behalf and that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagement during the visit. I thank you. The next communication, honorable members, is on the National Assembly Leadership Retreat 2023. Honorable members, traditionally the National Assembly on an annual basis holds leadership retreats. Such retreats are meant to bring the leadership of the House and chairpersons of the committees to bond and share experiences, identify priority business for the House, and candidly discuss critical matters. Such interactions have tended to guide the business of the House during a session as well as in a term of Parliament. Honorable members, in keeping with this practice, the House Business Committee resolved to hold the annual leadership retreat in September 2023. The retreat brings together the Presidium of the House, the leadership of the majority and minority parties, chairpersons of committees, parliamentary service commissioners, and the House Business Committee. In this regard, I wish to notify the House that a 3-day leadership retreat under the theme Building Synergy in Leadership, Enhancing Legislative Agenda in the National Assembly has been planned to be held from Monday 18th September to Friday 22nd September 2023 at a venue to be communicated. Honorable members, the main objective of the leadership retreat is to provide the leadership of the House an opportunity to take stock of progress made by the House so far, identify priority business for the House, share experiences, and discuss an array of substantial and critical matters. The retreat will further provide an opportunity for the House leadership to chart a way forward with regard to the consideration and processing of business of the House in the current session and in the current second session and the third session. The retreat shall be enriched by the consideration of various informative topics that are to be facilitated by experienced resource persons, panel discussions, and interactive plenary. At the end of the retreat, the leadership will identify possible areas of the National Assembly's legislative processes that require engineering for improved efficiency in succeeding sessions of the 13th Parliament. Honorable members, the leadership of the House is therefore invited to the first leadership retreat of the 13th Parliament. Further details regarding the retreat will be communicated by the Office of the Clerk. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, order. Take the nearest seat, come Kate. What is your idea of the nearest? Honorable members, I have a message from the executive, and this is on the nomination of members to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.2, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning regarding the nomination of persons for appointment to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. In the message, honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary conveys that in exercise of powers conferred to him by Section 15(1)(e) of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act 2015, he nominates the following persons as members of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board and now seeks the approval of the House. 1. Honorable Olago Alwoch, CBS. 2. Honorable Janet Teyia. And 3, Ms. Masisa Naomi Shionga. Actually, she should be described as Senator Masisa Naomi Shionga. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from Cabinet Secretary, together with the curriculum vitae and other testimonies of the nominees, to the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund for consideration. In considering the nominees, the committee should take note of the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2012, which requires the National Assembly to undertake the approval exercise within 28 days. Honorable members, conscious of the fact that the House is scheduled to proceed for recess this week, I hasten to clarify that the counting of the days with respect to the consideration of the nominees will cease during the recess period and resume when the House first sits upon resumption. The committee is expected to forthwith commence the approval process and notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and upon conclusion, table its report within the statutory timelines. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions.
Member for Loima, you have a petition.
Thank you.
Akuja.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to present a public petition number 49 of 2023 regarding 41 Kenyans court-martialed and convicted for between 8 to 40 years imprisonment in Uganda. I, the undersigned, on behalf of concerned citizens in the Republic of Kenya, draw the attention of the House to the following: that 41 Kenyans were arrested, detained, hurriedly convicted for between 8 to 40 years by a Moroto that Division military court after a cordon and search operation conducted by Uganda People Defense Forces UPDF. That all 41 Turkana pastoralists were taken through a one-day court-martial trial without legal representation or right to appeal, while the right to a fair trial is that every person should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. That majority of those convicted are minors below the age of 18 years who were rounded up in their kraals and alleged to be in possession of legal arms and ammunitions. That all those happenings were brought to the attention of the Kenya government, but no action has been taken to secure the release of the unlawfully convicted Kenyans. That there is no clear information on which prison facilities these convicts are confined in or traced to prove they are still alive. That efforts made to the Kenyan embassy in Uganda to address and follow up on the matter have not borne any fruits. That it is irrational and patently absurd for the Kenyan government to give a devil ear to the plights of its citizens who are suffering and mistreated in a foreign country. Honorable Speaker, I therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the relevant committee, makes an inquiry into all matters raised in this petition with a view to ensure that, 1, the government of Kenya acts with speed to secure the release of 41 unlawfully convicted Kenyans whose whereabouts is unknown. 2, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, through the High Commission in Uganda, makes requests for the extraditions and surrender of the accused person to Kenya authorities for trials. 3, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, together with the Minister of East Africa Community Affairs, should hold bilateral talks with the governments of Uganda and Kenya to strengthen and foster the diminishing peaceful relationship between the two states. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Protas. If there's any member who wants to buttress that, I can give you. If there isn't, I commit the petition to the relevant committee on public petitions. But Majority Leader, Order. Majority Leader, you've heard what Akuja is saying. 40 Kenyans, civilians, arrested in the jurisdiction of our neighbor and court-martialed. We court-martial military personnel. So you may have to engage Foreign Affairs to check. Just as we pass the petition to the Committee on Public Petitions, you may have to communicate with Foreign Affairs to cross-check and find out why 40 Kenyans, some minors from what he's saying, have been arrested and court-martialed in a friendly neighboring country without even any recourse to our country in the usual bilateral manner. Don't just leave it to the Committee on Public Petitions. Next order. Hold on, clerk. Who is that? Member for Turkana Central. Yes, go ahead, Mheshimiwa. There's a reflection behind you. I can't see you properly.
You're right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Bwana Joseph.
The issue at hand is very critical for our country to understand that there are Turkanas of 40,000 who are in Uganda. And this is as a result of pasture and water. And they have been staying there even without identity cards. And we want to thank the government of Uganda for the hospitality and showing the spirit of East Africa community. Honorable Speaker, the issue at hand is that the court-martial in Uganda is used to sentence Turkanas who are caught sometimes in the markets or even conducting their social activities. And when they are arrested, they are court-martialed the following day, even without the required trial or legal procedure. We've been able to meet with the officials in Uganda and ask them that sometimes they need to consider mediation, they need to consider diplomacy. But up to date, nothing has been able to happen. We wanted that the Kenyans are surrendered to our government and the lawful procedure required is done. Just because Uganda to us is a friendly country and that Uganda to us is accommodating the interests of the Turkanas that are in Uganda. And therefore, we will ask that diplomacy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, intervenes and provides us the right procedure of handling this issue. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we are asking government of Kenya also that it provides access to water so that areas in Turkana South, in Turkana North, that have pasture can be used to resettle these Turkanas from Uganda. And this requires that we need to have dams, like the ones that have been constructed by government of Uganda, to also be replicated in Kenya, because the issue is there is no water for livestock, especially for pastoralists in Kenya. And that's why these people find their time, find their opportunity to get into Uganda. And this is a petition whose time has come, and it needs to open a debate on the same. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity.
Joseph, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulgence. Actually, this petition by the Honorable Akuja, who is my very good friend, raises fundamental issues. And I would want the Committee on Public Petitions, when dealing with this matter, to look broader. I mean, not just to focus on the issue of Turkanas being court-martialed in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact that Uganda is a friendly neighboring country to Kenya. And Kenya and Uganda are like symbiotic twins. We can't do without one another, really, if you ask me. What I would have wanted to see happen is the inculcation of brotherliness and friendly approach to dealing with issues that would arise from time to time. Mr. Speaker, you know these boundaries that we have in this region, as indeed in the entire Africa, were created artificially by the colonialists. And when you go to those border counties, be it Turkana, be it Busia, be it Migori, name it, be it Marsabit, there are people who live across the borders, people who actually belong to one identity. And therefore, I would have wanted the countries in the region to be more humane when dealing with persons who come from neighboring countries and encroach into their territories. My brothers in Korea will tell you, that there's no difference between a Korea living in Kenya and a Korea living in Tanzania. Likewise, there's no difference between a Luo living in Nyatike, for instance, or Suna West, and a Luo living across the border in Tanzania. So this idea of brutalizing Kenyan citizens when they venture into neighboring countries needs to come to a stop. Is it because the Kenyan government has been too weak? What is it really? What is it that necessitates Kenyans to suffer these atrocities in the hands of our friendly neighbors? Take the case of Migingo Island. It's a sorry state of affairs, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans on a daily basis are being terrorized by security agents from Uganda. In fact, many times they are subjected to inhuman treatment. As we speak, the Ugandan government has hoisted its flag on Migingo Island. I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, the history of this island controversy, having been Foreign Affairs Minister in the distinguished government of President Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, we must bring to an end this situation. It is unbelievable that tens of our brothers from Turkana nation can be court-martialed. Mr. Speaker, from my little understanding of court-martial, it is only done for military officers. I thought so. You don't court-martial a civilian. There is no evidence that those Turkanas are militarized people, or are military people. They are basically citizens of Kenya going about grazing their livestock. So I think this petition by Honorable Akuja needs to be treated with utmost urgency, so that we get to understand really what needs to be done to address the plight of our citizens who are suffering in the hands of our friendly and sister neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Nicholas Gikor. Give the mic to Nicholas. There you are, Nicholas. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this issue, which it has been brought by my colleague from Turkana, Honorable Akuja, is a very serious issue. Honorable Speaker, the Turkana people, they have suffered not only in Uganda, but the three neighboring countries, that is Southern Sudan and Ethiopia and Uganda. And all this is coming just because we are the only unlicensed military people who are guarding those borders. And we want the country to come clear, because since independence, the Turkana people are guarding the borders of Uganda, the borders of Southern Sudan, and the borders of Ethiopia without being paid. And we are paying tax. These people are suffering because we don't have military in those borders. When they go there, they meet the military from the other side of the three countries. But from our side, there's no military. What is the state of Kenya doing about those three borders? Because they are the Turkanas who are guarding those borders since independence today. And I am very soon going to the International Court to look for justice, because our men, they are suffering in those three borders. The reason why we are even few, our men, they are not doing their normal work. They are just at the border guarding the country. So, Honorable Speaker, very soon I will be going to court to seek for this, to petition the government for not giving us security in those three borders. And that's why our people, they are being court-martialed in Uganda. Last year, some people, they were taken in Southern Sudan just because they were grazing their livestock there. And those countries, they have the army at the border. But from our side, we don't have our security personnel there. So we need the government to take note on that. And this petition, it will not be taken slightly the way we normally take other petitions. It is the petition which talks about death, which talks about the way these people, they are being murdered there. Some of them, they are not even reported because those areas, they are remote areas. There's no government, presence of the government along those borders. So, Mr. Speaker, I need this petition to be taken seriously so that these people can be given justice from the Uganda side. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Asinyen, Women Rep Turkana.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to add my voice to the petition presented by Honorable Protas Akuja. Honorable Speaker, most of the times, whenever we've tabled adjournment motions in this House, I've always brought out the uniqueness of Turkana County, Honorable Speaker. That Turkana County is the only county in Kenya that borders 3 international countries. And let me repeat again, we border South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Uganda. Surprisingly, Honorable Speaker, in those 3 countries, we have people who speak with us the same language in those 3 countries. In Ethiopia, we have the Dongiros, we speak the same language without a translator in between us. In Sudan, we speak with Toposa the same language. And in Uganda, we speak with Karimojong the same language. Honorable Speaker, the pastoralist kind of lifestyle is so funny. Our cattle do not know boundaries. Even our pastoralists do not know boundaries. And you know, Turkana is known for drought, Honorable Speaker. When there is drought, Speaker, our people will move in search for pasture and water. And that is how they found themselves in Uganda. Some are in Ethiopia and others are in South Sudan, Honorable Speaker. In many years that they have resided in Uganda, Honorable Speaker, many inhuman activities have been reported. Many international humiliations have been reported, meted on them by the military of Uganda, Honorable Speaker. And in this one, those 41 Turkanas have stayed in that court-martial process for over 2 months now. And even our head of state is aware of this matter, Honorable Speaker, and he has done some action. He wrote some letter to the neighboring country. And I don't know, up to now, nothing so far has been done, Honorable Speaker. So we want to plead, we beseech the committee in charge of this matter to speed up this investigation and put up correct measures that will help our people get out of that court-martial, Honorable Speaker. And apart from the court-martial, Honorable Speaker, our people lose a lot of livestock to the neighboring countries. Even at times they give livestock in exchange of pasture. They give livestock in exchange of water. And Honorable Speaker, in Turkana, we have lives, we have pasture, we only lack water. And we want to plead with our government to make mega dams in some areas. We can direct them where these mega dams can be located, and then our people will not be crossing borders. And as Honorable Nkolong is putting it, Honorable Speaker, our numbers are shrinking because our people have gone to nearby countries in search for pasture, Honorable Speaker. In fact, in Uganda, we are in huge numbers. Over 50,000 Turkanas stay in Uganda, and they are adults without IDs. And as he's putting it correctly, we've been manning those boundaries, Honorable Speaker, without government presence. It is high time the Defense Committee, Security Committee, can you do your work? We need army deployment in those boundaries so that our people can rest. We have manned Kenyan boundaries for many years, and for that case, we might even need some compensation, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now even those who are not interested are now interested. Kitayama. 2 minutes. Give the mic to Honorable Kitayama.
The mic is also marginalizing me. Honorable Speaker, an injustice to any community that lives along the border is an injustice to all of us. Honorable Speaker, the Kuria people live both sides of the border of Kenya and Tanzania. What our brothers are going through is not unique. We have been suffering the same for a very long time. The only difference is that we have been able to find a way of living with this injustice and finding a way of talking to the leadership of the other side, the Tanzanian side, so that our people can get justice quickly. But, Honorable Speaker, that is not to say that the people of Turkana and Pokot should continue suffering this kind of inhumane act in a manner that cannot be handled by a government which we know is capable of doing it. Kenya is a regional leader in terms of peace within the region. We have done a lot of work in stabilizing the region. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, it will be unfair that we appear weak when our own is attacked. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Committee of Public Petitions. I know very well that this matter is going to come before us. And I want to assure my brothers and sisters that we will give this matter the utmost urgency, and we will deal with it in a manner that is conclusive, because it is not only that region that has a problem, but we have problems all over the country. And Mr. Speaker, it is not even only that. We have the International Boundary Alignment Committee, Mr. Speaker, tried to do some boundary alignment. A lot of land that belongs to Kenya has now been annexed into the neighboring countries. And it's soon going to create a diplomatic tiff, because, Mr. Speaker, that again is being ignored. And yet we know very well that land, being emotive as it is, we have families, Mr. Speaker, whose graves are on the other side of the Tanzanian border. And some are also on this side of the border. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem that needs to be handled holistically, not only of the 50 Kenyans who are suffering, but including their lives and property of our brothers and sisters along the Kenyan border, of all the borders of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rafael Wanjala, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, we live at the border, and Mr. Speaker, we suffer. We, along the lake, most of our islands were annexed to our neighboring countries. And nobody, even the government, Mr. Speaker, I have seen even the former president, even the current president, going to our neighboring countries, talking to those heads of state. But the issue of the people along the border is never tackled. It's left at abeyance, and our people are being shot dead in the lake, the same way the Turkanas are being harassed on the other side. The same way the minority, the couriers are suffering on the other side. It has been a problem, Mr. Speaker, to live at the border. Kenya is a sovereign state. Kenya as a country has an army. Kenya as a country has been going out there and is very well known to be a good peacekeeper. Why have they left their boundaries without safeguarding their country? Mr. Speaker, we have carried all the Navy, put them in the Indian Ocean, and we have left Lake Victoria for the army from Uganda, which they have taken over. They have even taken over almost to Rusinga Island. Our people have no place. And you know, Mr. Speaker, Lake Victoria is a shared resource. But the Ugandans have denied the Kenyans to access the lake, even to do fishing in the lake. This is something a country as Kenya must now prioritize, that they safeguard their boundaries the same way the Tanzanians have safeguarded their country.
Your time is up, Angela. You've made your point. Rosa Buyu, we must bring this to an end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we know that boundary issues or conflicts arising from boundary issues are very, very emotive. But, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, as we are talking about conflict from international, from other countries, showing aggression towards the Kenyan tribes, I'm thinking of what is also happening internally arising from boundary issues, Mr. Speaker. We know that currently we have conflicts at the borders of Kericho County and Kisumu County, the border with Nyakach and the Kalenjin community. Mr. Speaker, before we castigate our international friends, I think that we need to show constraints and we need to show good neighborliness even within our own borders of Kenya. We are having young people losing their lives for nothing else but because of theft of stock. Mr. Speaker, as we speak here today, we need to look on the inside first before we even go on the outside, because Kenyans are dying from being killed by Kenyans before we even castigate other people. Mr. Speaker, I call that we pay attention to that emotive issue that is currently going on with young people continuing to lose their lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give the very last to Honorable Yusuf. Yes.
Mike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Also coming from a country, I mean an area that borders with other countries, this problem is happening everywhere. I sympathize with my friends from Turkana. It's only that maybe in part of this country is not being exposed so much. But this problem is happening everywhere, particularly with the pastoralist communities who are forced to move from one place to another to look for better pastures and water. When we deplete ours, we go to Ethiopia, we go to Somalia. But recently, IGAD has developed a very important protocol, which is called Transhumance Protocol, for allowing pastoralists free movement within the IGAD countries. Unfortunately, that protocol has not been signed here in Kenya. It is with the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Other countries, other neighboring countries, most of them have signed, but the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Kenya has not signed that protocol. That protocol will be a solution to our movement from one country to another as pastoralists to look for pasture and water. So I asked through the relevant department to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs to ensure that that protocol is signed and is brought to Parliament for it to be endorsed so that we can have free movement officially and legally so that these problems of happening around the border areas comes to an end. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll end up there. I already directed the majority leader to get in touch with Foreign Affairs, and the petition is committed to the relevant Committee on Public Petitions. Honorable members, before I call the next order, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Chemil Sugar Secondary School from Muhoroni, Kisumu. In the public gallery, Kanyaki Catholic Church from Chuka, I don't know if it's a school or a church, Taraka Nithi. Luuma Primary School from Tigania East, Meru. Gatori Primary School from Manyata, Embu. St. James Liberio Primary School from Kapseret, Uasin Gishu. Honorable members, on my behalf and on your behalf as a house, we welcome our guests in the galleries of the House and in Parliament. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Tuesday, 22nd August 2023, the Treasury Memorandum on action plans to revive and commercialize state-owned sugar companies from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Honorable Speaker, maybe it's important to just elaborate further what this paper is about. The National Treasury is submitting the Memorandum on Action Plans to revive and commercialize the state-owned sugar companies, requesting the National Assembly to approve. Honorable Speaker, I was just elaborating for the Honorable Salasia. I can see he's here, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Salasia is in the House, and I wanted him to pay attention because we are talking about sugar companies. Honorable Speaker, it seeks for the approval of the National Assembly for, one, the write-off of loans owed by the 5 public mills to the Government of Kenya and Kenya Sugar Board Commodities Fund amounting to 65 billion shillings, 778,448,646 shillings as of 30th June 2023, and any other accrued interest as of the date of approval. 2, it seeks the approval of the National Assembly for write-off of the tax penalties and interest amounting to Kenya shillings 50 billion, 144,801,608 shillings as of 30th June 2023, and other accrued interest as of the date of approval. And 3, vacation of the privatization model approved by Parliament in 2015. And 4, leasing model for the 5 public-owned sugar mills, that is Nzoia Sugar Company, Chemelil Sugar Company, Miwani Sugar Company in receivership, Muhoroni Sugar Company in receivership also, and the South Nyanza Sugar Company. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted those members from the sugar belt to take note of those approvals being sought through that memorandum, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honorable members, that paper is referred to 2 committees, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock for urgent consideration, and in any case, to bring their report to the House within the next 2 weeks. We never debate papers. Okay. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, just some guidance from you will suffice on this matter. No, sugar is a very, very serious issue. It's an extremely important matter for especially residents of Western Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I hear you giving those 2 committees 2 weeks.
Yes.
And yet, even as we speak, we have got a sugar bill, which is currently being debated in this House.
There is no conflict.
There could be. You know why? You know, the sugar bill is the anchoring bill. When, if passed and accepted, it will become the anchoring act on all matters sugar in this country. So I would have imagined that any policy direction that would come from the cabinet or any other agency should be aligned to the Sugar Act if and when it is passed and assented to. So that's why I'm asking,
Yes.
did it be in order, therefore, that you could post action on this paper pending the determination of this House on the very important sugar bill, which has been moved by my very good friend, Honorable Wangui. Okay?
In fact, you finished?
Yes, I've finished.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Wandai, in fact, this paper, I've gone through the sugar bill. I've gone through the paper. In fact, the paper is buttressing what Honorable Wangui is prosecuting. And as a matter of information to you, I've directed the fast tracking of the sugar bill to be concluded in second reading tomorrow and go to third reading on Thursday. And this paper led by the majority leader, I thought as a leader from the sugar region, you are going to laud it, because when the bill becomes law, you want to take off with the sugar factories with nil balances on their balance sheets. And that is what is being erased from the balance sheets. Both commercial loans, interest, and tax penalties, which have no conflict with the content of the bill. I hope that rests your mind. He was not listening. Yes. Is that Milemba? You normally sit here. Yes, go ahead. What is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the direction you have given. True that I've gone through the sugar bill, and the paper being laid on the table will go a long way to actually help in actualizing what the sugar bill wants to achieve. And it's a milestone, especially from those coming from the sugar growing areas, because for the longest time what has been hurting those sugar factories are the debts. And for the first time, I want to thank the Kenya Kwanza government for having decided to write them off. That's a thorough milestone for the farmers in those areas. And therefore, as we look forward to the sugar bill, this will go a long way to help in making sure that as the sugar board comes in place, there are no debts, there's no any hanging rope on the sugar factories that we have. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, it removes the burden of having originally decided to privatize the factories, so that the communities in those areas are still holding on the ownership of the land, which is enormous, around the sugar factories themselves. Very good paper laid on the table of the House. And Honorable Speaker, let's all support the sugar bill as it goes through this House. And thank you very much for fast-tracking it for the sake of the many sugar farmers who are now complaining and suffering because, as we talk now, the sugar factories have been shut. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Milemba. I think we can end there. The two committees is Mutunga in the House and Kimani. You have 2 weeks to bring your report back here. When we deal with the next issues, even during recess, we want this matter out of our way. Next order. Yes, Jared Okello, what's the problem? What's out of order?
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. From the outset, allow me to welcome Chemelil Academy on behalf of
We have already passed that.
Muhoroni, on behalf of Muhoroni MP, who is not in the House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the matter that I would want to raise with you and seek your indulgence and direction on, we cannot properly underscore the role that is played by the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some of the roads under the maintenance of KERA, as we commonly call it, are much better than those that are done by county government in lots of respects, Honorable Speaker. This morning, Honorable Speaker, all members in this House placed their eyes on a memo emanating from KERA that unilaterally reduces the amounts of, in terms of percentages,
from Kera to our constituencies, Honorable Speaker, there is usually the 22% that is administered by the constituency roads that has now been reduced to 15%, Honorable Speaker. Additionally, 10% that is usually run by the Kera offices has been reduced to 6.8%, Honorable Speaker. Whereas this year, the allocation ought to have been 68 million to run our rural roads, Honorable Speaker. It has been brought down to 44 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. A very classical example is Nyando, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, where we expect rainfall that creates flooding every financial year, that sweeps away all the roads that have been done, and we have to reinvent the wheel every time and start afresh, Honorable Speaker. This kind of reduction that has unilaterally been done by Kera will affect all members here, will affect all the roads, and will make our roads impassable for the longest, Honorable Speaker. We need your indulgence, we need your direction on this matter, and the leadership of the House to pick it up and have it addressed by Kera through the intervention of the House so that our roads can be maintained, Honorable Speaker. We acknowledge what Kenha is doing by coming up with tarmac roads, but not all places can have tarmac roads. These roads, marammed as they are, with annual maintenance, also go a long way in making our roads motorable. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence that this can be addressed in ample time without any further delay and ado. I thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Majority Leader, you've looked at the Hansard on what Jared is saying, and you can respond tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, I was just reading the memo here, Honorable Speaker, and it's indeed true, as Honorable Jared Okello says, that for the financial year 2024-25 is actually 42 million shillings, and for the subsequent financial year, 44 million shillings, way below the amounts that were received in 22-23. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will be asking the CS in charge of roads to clarify to the House on what basis are they reducing the amounts that are going to Kera. Honorable Speaker, it's also true, as Honorable Jared Okello says, that the money that goes to constituency road committees through Kera is the only money back in our villages that even residents of our constituents can tell you is visible and does work that is visible, Honorable Speaker. Because members of parliament are able to properly oversight the government engineers at Kera back in our regions that are implementing these roads. And like Honorable Speaker, and it will be shocking if this money has been reduced from our budgets in our constituencies to go to our county governments. Honorable Speaker, across the country, governors indeed pretend to be rehabilitating and maintaining the same roads that members of parliament through the constituency roads committees are maintaining. Honorable Speaker, and it is not unique to one county, it's not in Siaya or in Kiambu, it is across the board around the country. Honorable Speaker, I have seen in my own county in Kiambu, a road that has been maintained by Kera, the road from Nachu, Lusegeti, Nachu, through Ndasha, Mbomboine to the SGR station. The governor pretends to be maintaining the same road, comes and grades the road and leaves the people suffering under a hail of dust. And what he's doing is to pretend that he's digging up maram in the neighborhood. And since time immemorial, since the colonial times, when the white settlers settled in the Kikuyu White Highlands, there has never been any discovery of maram. What they are excavating from Kikuyu, Honorable Speaker, is basically soil that looks like maram. And they pretend that this money, this soil that they are now excavating is going to maintain roads, Honorable Speaker. therefore a matter of concern not just to the member for Nyando, but to the people of Kenya. Because the people of Kenya will tell you they get absolutely no value for the money that goes towards maintenance of maram or non-bitumen roads in their backyards, other than what they see Kera doing, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must make sure the Cabinet Secretary and indeed the Director General Kera allocates more resources out of the fuel levy to the CRC of the constituency road committees, because that is where people get value for money. And Honorable Speaker, it only happens that because members of parliament are not implementers of these projects and they have no executive authority, so they are able to meaningfully offer real oversight. Unlike the situation for governors, where they are the executors and the implementers of these projects, and therefore they are more keen on deriving kickbacks from contractors than actual delivery of services. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans will tell you, members of our county assemblies, Honorable Speaker, have to kneel before their governors so that they get deals to maintain maram roads. Honorable Speaker, these things, Honorable Speaker, must come to an end. And Honorable Speaker, we had this engagement in the House Business Committee this morning on our role as members of parliament. The next time you ask the CS roads to appear before this House, you must also seek to know what roads are being maintained by county governments, what is the classification of the roads that are under county governments in each of your counties, and which ones are under Kera, how much money is going towards maintenance of these maram roads, Honorable Speaker. Because again, Honorable Speaker, you'll be shocked. In the last 2 or 3 months, close to 11 billion shillings has gone to the maintenance of these dirt roads, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine 11 billion shillings, how many kilometers of roads 11 billion shillings would tarmac. Honorable Speaker, you heard the President the other day speak about a lady who could not move from procurement in Kera, and how powerful that lady was supposed to have been because of the corruption that pertains around the road sector, Honorable Speaker. And I want to implore, even as we seek to have more resources, please make sure in your own counties and in your own regions, you offer proper oversight so that people don't use soil in the pretext that they are maraming roads. People don't grade roads that have already been done and pretending to be maintaining the same roads, so that people back in the constituency are able to see value out of the money that has been allocated to maintain these roads. And Honorable Speaker, with that, let me commit that I will indeed pick up this matter with the Cabinet Secretary and Kera, so that they may come and tell us why is money going to roads maintenance reducing. Because the secret behind having good roads is maintenance, Honorable Speaker. If we don't maintain our roads, even the low-volume roads that we are doing, and part of this money that goes to CRC is what is used to maintain the low-volume roads that were done 3 years ago. Those roads that were done 3-4 years ago today, you can't tell they have a tarmac because of non-maintenance. So if we don't maintain our roads, Honorable Speaker, we will just be wasting money building new roads. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Women Rep Kisi, you sought permission to make a short statement. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Tragedy that has happened to Honorable.
Can you use a working microphone?
Oh, sorry. Thank you,
There
Mr.
you are.
Speaker. I rise to share to members before the floor of the House that one of us, Honorable Jane Maina, she was attending a function in Kirinyaga. As she was addressing the people who had come to attend to some function, she was attacked by goons who came in 3 pro boxes. Then she was rushed to Kerugoya District Hospital in a bad state.
I went to see the Deputy Sergeant at Arm, Mr. Musinde, to ask for her to be evacuated to Nairobi through air, bearing the fact of the situation in which she was. Unfortunately, she was not assisted. She came by road. As we speak, she's being attended by the doctors at the emergency wing of Nairobi Hospital. When I tried to ask the guy who rang me what the issue was, the guy told me that she had gone to inspect some water project which had been closed by the area governor, and the people who came were the Kanjos, the way the guy was explaining. And they wanted to chase her away from that place. When it didn't happen, that's when they called for more people to come and evacuate her. In the process, she was badly injured. I felt I should share to members because it's not a good thing. Any fight to any member of us, it can also happen to us, Mr. Speaker. It is very wrong. I appreciate for the time.
Thank you, Donya. Next time you have such, you don't tell the sergeant, you tell the clerk. The clerk has better capacity to airlift a person, a member, than the sergeant. Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, let me thank Honorable Doris Donya for raising that issue. And it is indeed true, Honorable Speaker, I also got word of the attack by some people in Kirinyaga on the Honorable Member for Kirinyaga County. And I did get in touch just before House business with the clerk's office, and he detailed the sergeants to get an ambulance to Kirinyaga to pick her up from our medical service providers. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, I can confirm that the ambulance did go to Kirinyaga to pick her, and she was on her way. The last time I checked, they were still on the way to Nairobi. And let me just take this opportunity also to thank the clerk and the Chief Sergeant at Arms for the quick action to evacuate her. And I'm told she's in stable condition, and we wish her quick recovery, Honorable Speaker. And I hope that the police and the other investigative agencies will be able to investigate to hold to account and bring to book those who may have attacked her. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I want to sympathize with my colleague, Honorable Maina, and wish her the quickest possible recovery. But arising from the remarks by Honorable Doris Donya, it would appear that the Honorable Maina, without really speculating, it would appear that Honorable Maina was attacked by goons who came in what she called pro boxes, and that these goons were supposedly working on behalf of the county government of Kirinyaga, probably the governor, of course. Mr. Speaker, we must condemn violence in all its shades and forms. Violence is violence, whether it happens in Kondele or it happens in Kerugoya, Mr. Speaker. So this atrocity which has been meted against our own colleague by the county governor of Kirinyaga or her agents, it needs to be investigated very, very expeditiously, and stern action taken against the financiers and the perpetrators of this heinous act. I saw the lady, the young MP, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Maina, she's my friend also. I saw her in very bad shape in social media, having been attacked viciously. In fact, she was holding onto her head by goons hired by the governor. That is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. We demand that the governor of Kirinyaga be summoned by the DCI so that she can record a statement and, if possible, be taken to court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mukunji. Honorable Mukunji. Give Mukunji the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And while I was here, I was actually trying to talk to one of the fella who they are with the Honorable Njeri in Nairobi Hospital. They have just arrived, and she's being taken care of. But Honorable Speaker, I want to say that having been explained what has transpired, we just say thank you to God that Honorable Njeri is alive and she's going to recover well. And Honorable Speaker, this brings this House to a serious conversation on the health of our politics when it comes to women. Honorable Speaker, it's a challenge many women face when they are doing politics. And Honorable Njeri is a member of the young parliamentarians in this House. I also want to take the toll of the minority leader, I'm the majority leader, to condemn and seriously condemn issue of attacking women when they are doing politics, Honorable Speaker. It is a shame that Honorable Njeri, who has a very small stature, but very serious brains, can be attacked by goons, Honorable Speaker, while she's doing her work as the women rep for Kirinyaga. I take this opportunity to condemn seriously that attack and call for the highest office of the investigative organ of this country, Honorable Speaker, to expedite the investigation and give this House serious answers on what transpired. And we want to see anybody who has been involved and anybody who has tried to actually mobilize for Honorable Njeri to be attacked, taken into books. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Murugara. Murugara.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I wish to wish a member of my committee, Justice and Legal Affairs, the Honorable Njeri Maina, the very quick recovery. Secondly, condemn that heinous act that has been committed in Kirinyaga by some unknown persons or persons who are actually known, and I believe they are known because their identity appears to actually be in the public domain. Violence, as clearly stated by these other members of parliament, should not be condoned in this country. It doesn't matter whether this is meted against women or against men. Violence should never be anywhere part and parcel of our politics. Therefore, I would also urge that the investigative authorities move with speed, bring to book everyone associated with this, however big, however small, so that Njeri Maina can actually get justice even from that angle. We wish her very well. Thank you very much.
I want it to end there. We have had, it is not a women affair, it is a member of parliament affair. And an attack on a member of parliament, regardless of their sex, is an attack on all of you. So we should introduce it to a women affair. I want to end it here. Yes, Toto. Is that Toto or double N?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also raise my voice. Honorable Njeri is my neighbor because she comes from Kirinyaga, and we are just across in Embu County. And if Honorable Njeri has been attacked, then Embu is just a stone throw away. And therefore, on behalf of all the women representatives in this House and all the honorable members, I wish to state that it is the high time that the government agencies or the security agencies to ensure that the honorable members, irrespective of where you come from, irrespective of which party you belong to, we are supposed to be according the security that we deserve. Honorable Njeri Maina is just a case study this afternoon as we pray that she'll get quick recovery, but also the security agencies in Kirinyaga County, headed by the Governor, Her Excellency Governor Uhuru, should be able to tell us and to tell this House who are these people who are in the pro boxes that meted against Honorable Njeri Maina. In fact, it's primitive for any person of sane mind to attack a fellow woman or a woman because she's harmless. So, Honorable Speaker, as I voice my voice this afternoon, I wish to state that this is a primitive way of dealing with issues. If she was going to inspect a water project in Kirinyaga, that does not warrant her the action that was taken against her by the people in pro boxes. The Honorable Governor, County of Kirinyaga, should be able to explain this, what happened and who did it. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Wamboka, you'll be the last 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to first wish my colleague quick recovery. But as we do that, Honorable Speaker, I think to demonstrate that we are indeed a very serious arm of government and that you are indeed number 3 in this republic, Honorable Speaker, we must not leave any stone unturned. Because today is Njeri, tomorrow is me, the next day is someone else. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, I wish to request that this House moves and calls the Minister in charge of internal security to come and explain to this House under what circumstances Honorable Njeri was attacked, beaten, and suffered. So that moving forward, we may want to ask him questions, Mr. Speaker. They must respect this House, and you must also exercise your authority as number 3 in this republic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I want to close
Mr.
this.
Speaker,
I
it
see
is
so
to
many
speedily wish the Honorable Njeri Maina quick recovery. This is a young rising star of this House. And on behalf of youthful members of Parliament, yes?
Go on.
No.
Oh, just go on.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. I myself has been a victim of political violence. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the English say that when the debate is lost, the foolish people attack violently. When they saw that Maina Njeri was rising, they decided to make violence on her. Mr. Speaker, there are levels of accountability. We are talking about the people in the pro box, but we know political violence is never an orphan. Every act of violence that is political is a sponsored act. So as we dig to find out who these people in pro box were, we also need to find out who has sponsored them. And the accountability has to go to the highest level of this sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable County MP from Kirinyaga, I wish to say to her that they might break her bones, but they will never break her spirit. She needs to keep rising as she has been rising. She is a political star in the making. And Mr. Speaker, whoever it is that is doing this ought to know that it is not violence that will stop the sterling career of this very young legislator. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next order. For all of you who are raising hands, I'm sure those who have spoken for you. We all condemn violence in whatever manifestation it comes, and to whoever it's meted. And Kimani Chungwa, you should communicate with the agencies to ensure that speedy investigations are carried out, and the perpetrators and those responsible for hiring the perpetrators must face the law. Next order.
Order number 8, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023. Mover to reply.
Yes, Honorable.
Today I'm rising on several points of order.
One at a
I
time.
have some concern on this particular order. So, Speaker, to the best of my recollection, even though I must admit I wasn't in the House on Thursday, but I follow very keenly the happenings here, the proceedings in this House, whether I'm here or outside this place. To the best of my recollection, the debate on this bill, this amendment bill, was adjourned for it to continue at the resumption or at the convening of the House today. But I'm surprised to see that it is now being lined up for the mover to reply. And yet this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a very critical bill. This bill is essentially a miscellaneous bill, amendment bill. It has got proposals in here which have got far-reaching consequences and far-reaching effects that would have required the House to get adequate time to debate on it.
What is the issue?
To ventilate on it.
Yes.
I may be wrong, because I wasn't here physically, but for the best of my recollection, we needed to have continued the debate at the second reading stage on this bill, so that members can actually pronounce themselves appropriately and to the fullest possible extent on this very important bill, Mr. Speaker, so that when it comes, personally, I've got issues that I would want to rectify at the committee stage on this bill by way of proposing amendments. So I would really want to plead with you, even if by any chance the debate was concluded, I would still want to plead with you to exercise your powers under Standing Order number 1 to reopen debate on this bill. It has happened before. It happened in the 11th Parliament when I was here. It happened several times in the 12th Parliament. That this is a bill that we cannot just be seen to be rushing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I've asked the clerk to just confirm from the Hansard as to whether what you are saying is correct or incorrect. In fact, Honorable Wandai, this matter came up in House Business Committee, where again you are not there today. And we discussed it extensively. It was raised by Honorable T.J. Kajwang. And there was no issue as to whether it was incorrectly closed in debate. We agreed with the majority leader on how to share the remaining time he has. But members, the real legislation on the floor of this House is at committee stage. That's where when you have issues on any bill, you can engineer amendments to the bill and bring to the floor. Second reading is debate, general debate. You highlight what you think is your view, and you may not debate the bill in second reading, but still bring very far-reaching amendments at committee stage. So those who have issues with this bill, so that we are not held back, including the Honorable Wandai, look at the bill and submit to the table office your amendments, if any, to the bill on the deep issues that you say you have on the bill. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I rise to reply. And Honorable Speaker, maybe before I do that, with your indulgence, you allow me to give 3 minutes to the Honorable T.J. Kajwang, who had canvassed for the 3 minutes. Right from House Business. But also, Honorable Speaker, allow me to also take this opportunity to plead with all of us as Honorable Members of Parliament, including my good friend Opio and I, the Leader of Minority. Because as he rightly says, he was not in the House on Thursday. He was also not in the committee, in the House Business Committee this morning. It is important when we find, and this order paper is usually published 24 hours ahead of time. Even now, you have your order paper for tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, and probably with a snapshot of what will even be there on Thursday afternoon. Members to take their time and interact with the order paper before, so that if you have a bill that is lined up for debate, make sure you are there. Otherwise, don't come and ask us to reopen debate on what others sat here until late hours in the evening to debate. With that, Honorable Speaker, allow me to donate 3 minutes to Honorable T.J. Kajwang. CJ.
Mr. Speaker, 3 minutes is so short to persuade members of this House to reject this bill. But this bill should be rejected. First, on principle, we know that the way to move legislation which affect many or myriads of acts of parliament is through statute law miscellaneous amendment. This bill calls itself an act of parliament, but in itself it's a miscellaneous, it's a statute miscellaneous law amendment. But that is technical. Very few people will follow me. But let me tell you, lawyers in this house, accountants in this house, professionals in this house, you have your ass to suffer
Because this bill is allowing some third parties to encroach on the fidelity of advocate-client relationships, on the fiduciary relationship amongst the accountants. And it is not just the accountants and the lawyers. All of you must be having some lawyer somewhere. All of you must be taking confidence in lawyers. This bill, if passed, will allow people to intrude in your accounts and will allow people to know what you are discussing with your lawyer. It is so short a time to explain myself, but members, I can tell you, the speed by which this bill is going, you can know that there is more that meets the eye. Those other foreign institutions, whatever you want in Kenya, please don't do it through this house. And we know, we have information that the foreign powers are using this house to bring their own agenda. If in America there is no terrorism, there is no comparative act. In UK I checked, there is no comparative act. But you are being forced today to pass a legislation called itself terrorism, for you to open yourself with your lawyers and with your professionals so that you open yourself to the world. Please, please, members, it is time for the mover to reply. But in this short period of time, I urge you to look at this bill keenly, vote wisely, because if you don't do it, you are, in essence, playing to the gallery from the West. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know many members who are not there on Thursday are seeking a minute, but if I donate, I think I'll donate all my time for reply. And I want to beg that they allow me to reply. Honorable Speaker, many of the members who spoke on Thursday in support of this bill, and I don't remember a single member opposing this bill during second reading, Honorable Speaker, and let me take this opportunity to thank them. As I thanked the chair of the Jailer Committee and the Committee on Finance in their quick consideration of the bill. Honorable Speaker, I hear some of the reservations being expressed. And if the Honorable T.J. Kajwang was here on Thursday, and indeed a few other lawyers that I see in the House, like the Honorable Kaluma, who was begging for 1 minute to reply, and the upcoming lawyer is Honorable Opio Wandai. Indeed, the concerns that you are raising, the concern that the T.J. Kajwang has raised, I indicated on Thursday, and the mover of the bill indicated on Thursday, that when, and I'm happy that the Honorable T.J., the Honorable Kaluma, the Honorable Opio Wandai were with me in this House in the last Parliament, when we vehemently opposed some of the provisions that were there in the Pokamla Act, or the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Bill, which eventually became an Act of Parliament. And lawyers through LSK went to court over some of those provisions. And indeed, when this bill was published, LSK, and the same was mentioned this morning in the House Business Committee, did engage with the Attorney General, and they have indeed signed an out-of-court settlement and agreed to the current provisions of this bill as it is, because all the issues they had raised in terms of what lawyers are able to disclose to the reporting authorities, and not just lawyers, even accountants like myself and many other professionals who have information that is not public information between a client and their lawyer, or a client and their accountant. All those issues have been taken care of in this bill, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable T.J. Kajwang, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, in this House, people are bound to truth and to verify their information that they have. I know that the majority leader must be having more information that has not been divulged. Would he be able to lay the order, this court order, on the table for us to verify? Because I sit in a relevant committee that is handling this matter, and stakeholders, including the Attorney General and Law Society, have appeared before us. but never has an order been put before us in which they seem to be agreeing to the disposition of this dispute. Could he present for us this order?
Honorable Speaker, you know, I'm not a member of the Jailer Committee, but the Honorable TJ is a member of the Jailer Committee. He was seated in the committee when this consent was tabled before the committee, and the chair of the committee can confirm. And he was in committee. Therefore, Honorable TJ, if you want me to table any document, just go through your report of the Jailer Committee. The documents are there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 83. You know, I always like to rise on quoting the standing orders. And we must learn always to quote standing orders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a matter. You know, I'm a former chair of Justice and Legal Affairs. If I was the chair, which I am not, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Murugara is here to confirm. And I don't know why he's keeping quiet and he's not saying anything, Mr. Speaker. Can I donate my point of order to him?
Order, Honorable Murugara. That donation is absolutely illegal and is not capable of being. Kimani Chungwa endelea.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this House people are becoming increasingly creative. Now, there is even donation of points of order. And I'm sure the Honorable Chepkonga was just eager for the Honorable Murugara, but I had consulted him, Honorable Speaker, to confirm. And that's why Honorable Speaker was saying it is important that as diligent legislators, we sit through meetings, even meetings of committee. Because the Honorable TJ might have signed at the committee and did the obvious and didn't have the opportunity to see the documents that were tabled before the committee. Honorable Speaker, I was saying those issues have since been addressed, and even for accountants like myself, Honorable Speaker, I had issues with certain provisions, and I must thank the lawyers in this House who in the last parliament stood with us, accountants, because the lawyers were more than us, and I remember they were led then by the Honorable TJ, the Honorable Kaluma, the member for Homa Bay Town. And we were able to raise issues, and even when the bill passed, they went to court. But I'm certain now that those issues have been adequately addressed. This bill is good for this country. And it's also true, Honorable Speaker, that anti-money laundering laws are not laws that are forced on any country by anybody. They are to protect our financial systems against abuse, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we cannot make Kenya a safe haven for criminals. And it is indeed true, Honorable Speaker, we have suffered the most, especially on financing of terrorism, Honorable Speaker. Terrorists are financed by people who imagine that our financial systems are so porous for anybody to be able to finance anyone to do anything. And that is how in the past, Honorable Speaker, before the enactment of this Pokamla Act, people were able to finance terrorists that visited untold suffering and death to our people. These will be things of the past if this act is, this bill rather, is approved by this House and becomes an act of parliament, because it further strengthens the laws that are already existing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, there are few issues, other issues. I know there are issues that a few members raised on the issue of extradition, making anti-money laundering offenses, extraditable offenses. Honorable Speaker, it's also true, you have seen, I think it's the island of Jersey, seeking to extradite a former cabinet secretary and a former CEO of a state parastatal from this country to face charges on crimes of corruption involving companies, I think, that were domiciled in the Jersey or in the UK. Honorable Speaker, it is the same provisions we are seeking to create. That if you commit a crime today, Honorable Speaker, and I was moving, when I was seconding the Honorable Murugara, I gave the example of the Triton gas or Triton energy saga. You remember people who looted billions of shillings, and after looting, Honorable Speaker, they were comfortably able to fly out of this country and live happily thereafter in other countries. And because we didn't have such laws where money laundering becomes an extraditable offense, then you cannot be able to extradite somebody who has committed a crime in this country. Honorable Speaker, we are speaking about corruption in our county governments. Tomorrow, it will be governors who will loot our countries dry, then fly out of the country, and we can't extradite them, Honorable Speaker. It will be criminals who are engaged in acts of terrorism, Honorable Speaker. This morning, I got a text message from somebody in Lamu pleading for help after terrorists and criminals attacked some village and burnt a church in Lamu, Honorable Speaker. The people who are financing these criminals will always find a safe haven if they're able to easily get access to money and resources to carry out the terrorist activities and criminal activities that they carry out in this country, if we cannot be able to extradite them from the countries where they are able to finance these terrorist activities, or even those who are within our country finance terrorism activities, or even drug abuse, Honorable Speaker, because there is nobody who launders money, Honorable Speaker, that is legitimately made. Anybody who is involved in money laundering is a criminal and is involved in one way or the other in criminal activities. Honorable Speaker, we must, as honorable members, rise to the occasion to protect our financial systems, protect the integrity of our country's financial systems, and indeed join the League of World Nations that have enacted laws that make money laundering a crime that is also extraditable, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, I thank all the members who supported this bill and invite those that may have amendments to now file their amendments with the table office for consideration during third reading. Honorable Speaker, and those who never got a chance to speak can always avail themselves during third reading to be able to speak, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, and I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing and proliferation financing and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, the Climate Change Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2023. Second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, beg to move that the Climate Change Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, we are at a time and an age where climate change, Honorable Speaker, is here with us, and issues to do with climate change and climate control, Honorable Speaker, are things that many of us used to read about and watch on CNN and other international news channels without being able to relate firsthand with the issues that confront us as a country and as a people living in the world. Honorable Speaker, we've just come out of a drought that was billed as the worst drought that this country ever had in the last 40 years. And many people in that space of climate change and environmental conservation will tell you that it has a lot to do with climate change and global warming. Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking the Chair of the Environment Committee, the Honorable Gikaria, and all members of the Environment Committee for expeditiously being able to consider this bill and listening to many players. Honorable Speaker, because this bill touches on issues to do with carbon credits and carbon credits trading, I know it has attracted a lot of attention from many players in civil society and others, Honorable Speaker, being environmentalists who are keen on carbon credit trading, Honorable Speaker. And I must thank all the active players who, stakeholders who have appeared before the Environment Committee, given their views, and also many others who appeared before the public participation exercise that was being done by the Ministry of Environment. As I thank also the Ministry of Environment for having considered lots of memoranda from members of the public and other stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, as I said, climate control and climate change is governed around, or rather, is governed around three key treaties, which Kenya is a signatory. And, Honorable Speaker, one of those treaties is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which we joined, or Kenya joined, in 1992. And, Honorable Speaker, the objective of this convention was to curb and stabilize greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. The second protocol is a Kyoto Protocol, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya became a state party in 1997. Honorable Speaker, one of the key distinctions between the Kyoto Protocol and UNFCCC, or the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change, is that while UNFCCC encouraged industrialized countries to stabilize greenhouse gas emissions, the protocol committed the countries to operationalize to do so, or rather, the protocol committed the state parties to operationalization of the UNFCCC commitments by committing industrialized countries and economies in transition to limit and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with agreed individual targets. Honorable Speaker, the Kyoto Protocol, however, failed to stem the flow of global emissions, and the protocol further failed to equate emissions reductions with economic opportunities, and some countries grew to view mitigation as a very costly punishment. And the Kyoto Protocol required only developed countries to reduce emissions. In 2015, however, the countries agreed on yet another legally binding climate treaty, and that is the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement recognized that climate change is a shared problem and called on all countries in the world to set to emission targets. And indeed, Kenya was not left behind, and we have set our own emission targets. Honorable Speaker, again, at the heart of the Paris Agreement and the achievement of its long-term goals are what are called the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. These NDCs embody efforts by each country around the world to reduce national emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. The Paris Agreement in Article 4, Paragraph 2 requires that each party to prepare, or each country, state party, to prepare, communicate, and maintain successive NDCs on the nationally determined contributions that they intend to achieve. State parties are required, therefore, to pursue domestic mitigation measures with the aim of achieving the objectives of such contributions. Honorable Speaker, Kenya ratified the UNFCCC in 1994, the Kyoto Protocol in 2005, and the Paris Agreement in 2016, thereby signifying our determination to join the global community in combating the problem of climate change. Kenya is committed to work with the international community, Honorable Speaker, to combat climate change, and has identified mitigation options in the areas of energy, transport, industry, agriculture, forestry, and waste management sectors, which if we implement, Honorable Speaker, would achieve the twin objectives of sustainable development and greenhouse gas mitigation. Honorable Speaker, for those who attended or those who were able to get the opportunity to listen to the United States ambassador last week as she spoke at the devolution conference in Eldoret. Among us, the many other things she said, Honorable Speaker, was recognition of the efforts that our nation has made in terms of mitigation of climate change. And Honorable Speaker, she spoke about our green energy, that Kenya today is amongst the lead countries in the world, globally, in terms of green energy production, Honorable Speaker, that almost 100% of our energy today is green energy, be it from wind, solar, or the geothermal investments that we have made in Olkaria, in Menengai, where the chair of the Environment Committee comes from, in Nakuru, or even the wind energy, where the Honorable Chachu Ganya, the Honorable Naomi Wako come from, Honorable Speaker. And of course, Chachu is a former member of parliament who was very keen on these environmental matters and hails from Marsabit County, where wind energy is one of the sources of our energy, powering huge sections of our city and many parts of our country through the Olkaria power plant. Honorable Speaker, it is these interventions in the energy sector, in transport, Honorable Speaker. You also remember about 3 weeks ago, His Excellency the President commissioned or launched the green mobility, where now our border riders will be able to access cheaper motorbikes that are powered using energy, electric energy, and not fossil fuel energy that degrades our environment. And it is these efforts, Honorable Speaker, including the huge efforts towards reforestation around our country, and I must take this opportunity to thank the Honorable KJ Carrier, who at the beginning of this House, Honorable Speaker, at the beginning of this session of Parliament, moved a motion that required that even as contractors build roads around our country, they make sure that they replant trees that they destroy along the corridors where they are building roads. And not just road contractors, even those who are building dams, Honorable Speaker, because they uproot a lot of vegetation and trees, that we make it now compulsory for contractors who degrade the environment, that they make good under these efforts, Honorable Speaker, that we are speaking to in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emission and mitigation measures that the country has taken. Kenya, Honorable Speaker, was among the first African countries to develop a standalone Climate Change Act, the Climate Change Act of 2016, which anticipated a horizontal integration through the National Climate Change Council, which will provide, amongst others, an overarching legal and policy system for climate change. However, Honorable Speaker, as much as this system was there, it also provided a vertical integration that required that any sector and institution whose function impacts climate change incorporates climate change into its regular assignment. However, Honorable Speaker, the Climate Change Council has not been operationalized since 2016 because of the process of how it was to be composed. And there have been several court cases, Honorable Speaker, many of which members are aware of, since 2016, by many players in the sector who have been proposed to be members of the council. This bill, in Clause 6, Honorable Speaker, proposes an amendment to retain the composition of the council from the various sectors, but takes away the nominating powers of representative bodies in the sector. This, in a way, will take away the seeming sibling rivalry that was there, or sibling fights, in the various sectors that have taken each other to court and made it difficult to operationalize the working of the Climate Change Council. And therefore, Clause 6, members, Clause 6 of this bill will now rectify that problem. If you go to Clause 7 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, it proposes additional roles for the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters of climate change to, amongst others, to advise the Council on carbon budgets, authorize the establishment of sector-specific registries of carbon markets, and appoint a designated national authority for market mechanisms deriving from Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are required to have a registry of all our carbon credits and have this, Honorable Speaker, being from an appointed designated national authority. Honorable Speaker, Clause 9 of the bill replaces the Director of Climate Change Directorate with the word secretary just to fit in with the government nomenclature and designation of titles in government. Honorable Speaker, if you go to clause 23A to clause 23H, it introduces a new part in the Principal Act, and this part is about regulation of the carbon market. Honorable Speaker, that's why I said at the beginning that there has been a lot of interest, especially from people in the civil society and other interested parties, stakeholders who are already trading carbon, the carbon markets, or rather carbon credits market. And we now must be able to regulate. And clause 23A to 23H is now a new part of the act that will deal with the regulation of carbon markets. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, the Paris Agreement anticipated that the Secretariat of the UNFCCC will work with state parties, and state parties were required to prepare, to communicate, and maintain what I refer to as the NDCs, on the nationally determined contributions, in line with Article 4 of the Paris Agreement. All the state parties, including Kenya, are therefore required to designate a national authority, as I've said, for the mechanism of carbon markets, which is a mechanism under Article 6 of this Paris Agreement, and to communicate this designation to the Secretariat. This designated national authority, anticipated by the Paris Agreement, is carried under this proposed amendment and will be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary as highlighted in clause 7.2a. The functions of the designated national authority will be to maintain, amongst others, the function of the designated national authority, Honorable Speaker, will be, amongst others, as contained in clause 7.2b, to maintain the national registry. This is in line, is to ensure that Kenya meets its international obligations, both on NDCs as well as under Article 6 of the mechanism. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned there earlier, state parties, Honorable Speaker, are required to designate a national authority. And I know this is one of the areas where there has been a contention, because there are other interested players who want to be the ones who are designated to maintain the registries for our carbon credits. But in line with the provisions of the Treaty of the Paris Agreement, Honorable Speaker, this is supposed to be a nationally designated national authority, and therefore not private entities being the ones maintaining our national registries of carbon credits. Because people will trade with carbon credits at the expense of the sovereign of the state and the people. Therefore, when it is a nationally designated authority, then government is able to ensure that anybody trading in carbon credits, you are doing so in the interest of the country and not in the interest of private entities. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, and Gekaria and the Vice Chair will tell you, there are many players who want to capture this sector, and it is not immune to state capture or to capture by other players from out there, because as we speak about state capture, Honorable Speaker, it is also possible to have civil society capture or capture of activists, environmental activists of the entire of this sector, Honorable Speaker. And as legislators, we are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that we protect national assets, including carbon credits, because these now will become national assets, to ensure that people, even as people trade, you are doing so in the interest of the country, and nobody takes advantage of our people. It is possible, Honorable Speaker, today, and those who have had the opportunity to work with the Climate Resilience and the Drought Resilience Council or Committee, will tell you, even boreholes back in your backyards, back in your constituencies, are capable of generating carbon credits for you that people can earn money out of. Therefore, there are people, because our people back in the villages do not know that even the trees they have planted in their farms, trees you plant around your fence or in your farms, and you have a small forest, half an acre, that you can earn money out of it. And there are people who would take advantage of our people. And that is why it is important that we have a national designated authority that will take charge to ensure that nobody takes advantage of our people. Honorable Speaker, this designated national authority will therefore be a public body and not a private entity, Honorable Speaker, and that is just what I was trying to overemphasize, which will indicate and report to the Secretary of the UNFCCC how the engagement of Kenya in Article 6 mechanisms, which is the carbon market framework, contributes to Kenya's sustainable development and helps us to alleviate poverty, and how these activities, projects, and any associated emission reductions would contribute to Kenya's achievement of its NDCs and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. Honorable Speaker, is some of those issues I'm speaking to. When you sink a borehole and you're earning carbon credits to it, we should be able to see through this national designated authority how that impacts in alleviating poverty amongst our people, how it impacts in terms of being safeguarding sustainable development of our country and our neighborhoods. Honorable Speaker, if you go to clause 23A, it provides for the policy direction on carbon markets and includes carbon reduction credits that aim to reduce emissions from current sources through projects. It also indicates carbon credits that cannot be taken into account, therefore having a distinction between carbon credits that you can trade and those that you cannot trade. If you go to clause 23B, Honorable Speaker, it provides for trading carbon markets whose main aim whose main aim will be towards a reduction of green gas emissions as prescribed as per the prescribed carbon standards. The procedure and technicalities of the trading will be more elaborate in regulations, or rather the ministry will develop regulations under clause 23B to Thank you, Honorable Naomi. I was saying the ministry will then be able to develop regulations, and these regulations, again, in line with our statutes, will come to this House for a more elaborate provision on how we will trade with these carbon credits. Clause 23C provides for the participation in carbon markets, which would include as a result of bilateral or multilateral agreements in line with Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, or as a result of trading with private entities, or in a voluntary carbon market as under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, which will require reporting of the UNFCCC Secretariat by the designated national authority. Clause 23D, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the bill, it creates the provision for conducting of environmental impact assessment, and clause 23E requires all projects that are undertaken to show the anticipated social, environmental, and economic benefits of the project, bearing in mind that the carbon markets framework is to help countries and state parties achieve sustainable development and alleviate poverty. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, why we are saying we need a national authority is to ensure that we meet with the principal objectives of this Paris Agreement, that whatever projects, Honorable Speaker, a country engages in, they are undertaken in a way that the social impact, the environmental impact, and economic impacts of that project is measurable, and whatever carbon credits or whatever will go to the carbon market, Honorable Speaker, goes towards ensuring that there is sustainable development in the country and alleviating poverty in our neighborhoods. That's why it's important, Honorable Speaker, that even the carbon credits market is very well regulated, and I hope the ministry will make efforts to ensure that the regulations safeguard the people who will be the ultimate beneficiaries of this carbon credit market, such that nobody is trading with these carbon credits at the expense of the people, and whatever money comes from the carbon credit market goes towards alleviating poverty and ensuring that there is sustainable development in our country. Honorable Speaker, let me not go through each of the clauses one by one, but just to note clause 23H provides for dispute resolution in carbon markets projects and activities, and it sets out the National Environmental Tribunal as a court of first instance in dealing with disputes in the carbon markets framework. because, Honorable Speaker, as I said, anything that has this kind of interest, both from the public and private sectors, even from civil society, Honorable Speaker, there are bound to be disputes. And therefore, Clause 23H is designating the Environmental Tribunal as a court of first instance, because this is a court that will have the requisite technical skills in terms of the people who work in the court, right from the judicial officers and even the clerks will have the knowledge on environmental issues. The proposed amendment to the Climate Change Act of 2016, therefore, Honorable Speaker, will not only help in institutionalizing horizontal governance in climate action across the country, it will also help Kenya meet her international obligations, reporting on nationally determined contributions through streamlined registries. It will also help in the furtherance of the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement of helping parties achieve sustainable development and alleviate poverty by implementing the carbon market framework as contained in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, without saying too much, once this amendment bill becomes an act of parliament, we will ensure that we have truly actualized or realized the real intents of the Paris Agreement, especially Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, that speaks to great length on the issues of sustainable development and the alleviation of poverty, and ensuring that even as people trade in carbon credits, this is done in line with the Paris Agreement. It is done in line with the goal of the objective of ensuring that there is sustainable development in our countries. It is also done with the aim or the singular objective of alleviating poverty amongst our people. And nobody ever takes advantage of our poor people back in the backyards, many of whom are the ones who are helping us in conserving our environment and reducing on greenhouse gas emissions, Honorable Speaker, because they are the people who are planting trees in our backyards, planting trees in our schools. And I must take this opportunity to commend the government and the Ministry of Environment, especially in the new plans to roll out the planting of trees and development of tree nurseries in our schools, so that even as we raise our children, we are training them on how to safeguard the environment and be champions in environmental conservation and climate change advocates, Honorable Speaker, advocates against the abuse of our climate and our environment. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, members are aware that our country in the next 2 weeks will be hosting the Africa Summit on climate change, a huge summit with close to over 20-something heads of state attending, close to 15,000, above 15,000 delegates, about 17,000 delegates who are bound to descend on the city of Nairobi. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes at a prime time, and I do hope and pray that we'll be able to enact this into an act of parliament before this climate change summit on the 4th to the 6th of September. And hopefully, His Excellency the President can assent to this bill either just before the opening of the climate change summit or at the summit itself. It will be indeed a monumental opportunity for His Excellency the President to assent to this bill as an act of parliament as he opens officially the climate summit on the 4th to the 6th of September. And I wish to invite our members of parliament to take note and be available. I know we'll be on recess in line with our calendar around that time. So those of you who will be in Nairobi, please take time to attend that summit and get to learn how you can take advantage of tree planting, boreholes in your constituencies, and other mitigation measures against climate change, Honorable Speaker, and earn money, not for yourselves, but for your constituents, even as you earn money, because many members of parliament are also business people, and therefore can also take advantage. You have the means to be able to engage in climate control mitigation measures that can also earn you carbon credits that you can trade in and make a little bit more money. both for yourselves, your families, and our constituents. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move, and I want to request the chair of the committee, the member for Nakuru Town East, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I rise to second this very important amendment bill on climate change, let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the majority leader. You know, he's the owner of the bill, and when he was moving, Honorable Speaker, it's like he was in our meetings for the last 3 weeks. I want to admit that we have a majority leader who understands his work and is able to prosecute his responsibility in a very able way. Honorable Speaker, also allow me to thank the Office of the Clerk for the time that they availed the Secretariat to be able for us as a committee to be able to undertake our mandate and scrutinize this very important amendment bill. And, but most importantly, Honorable Speaker, is to thank the members. Like yesterday, Honorable Speaker, a day that is not designated for Parliament to sit, almost 90% of the members of Environment will avail themselves. We sat throughout the day and late in the evening for us to be able to complete this very important exercise. Honorable Speaker, just to echo what the majority leader has said, this country has been blessed to be the first country in the world to host the African Climate Change Conference that will be, of course, starting on the 4th all the way to the 6th. Honorable Speaker, over 20 heads of state will be here. And I agree again with the majority leader, over 20,000 delegates, participants have already logged in and asked to participate in the African climate change. And at the same time also to tell our media, you know, they have always been trying to castigate the head of state, and he was very categorical. I was reading an article the other day that this conference is being propelled and you know, engineered by the foreigners for their own foreign interest. But they are wrong. And I hope the media will attend the conference all the way from the 4th to the 6th, so that they can see the input of the head of state and the interest he has for this country and Africa, not only Kenya and Africa, for us to be able to get the benefits and the gain on climate change. Us, we are the people who consume the emissions which are done by most of the developed countries. But of course, we can't just be sitting, as the head of state has indicated, we can't just be sitting and complaining. We must, as a continent, as a country, speak and be able to address the very, very emerging issues on how we can be able to address this climate change issue. And of course, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to remind Kenyans of the drought that faced this country the longest ever since independence, and we need to take care of that. Honorable Speaker, this amendment bill facilitates participation in the mitigation of green gas emission by authorized public and private entities. It also ensures that carbon trading projects undergoes an environmental and social impact assessment. So again, for anybody who will be wanting to enter into carbon market trading, they must undergo these environmental and social impact assessment through the NEMA office. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, it will also ensure that land-based project is implemented through a community development agreement. Honorable Speaker, this is key. People have come from outside this country, foreigners and investors, at the disadvantage of our people. But this bill seeks to bring into force the community development agreement that will give birth to the sharing of the proceeds that will be gotten out of this trade. Last Honorable Speaker, the bill also provides to the benefits of sharing mechanism and ensure the proceeds from carbon credits, credit trading will be shared between the project proponents and the impacted communities in a fair manner. Of course, not forgetting what the majority has just indicated, Honorable, the designated authority that will be formed by the Cabinet Secretary will be in charge of all these aspects. Honorable Speaker, my committee undertook public participation upon placement of the advert on the print media on the 16th August 2023, requesting for comments and submission of memorandums from members of the public and other relevant stakeholders, pursuant to Article 1181B of the Constitution and Standing Order 127.3. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the committee received a huge, again the majority that just indicated. This attracted a number of stakeholders, both in the private sector, civil society, including individuals. And I want to thank Majority Leader when you mentioned Church Uganya. He came in person to try and give his side because he has been at the forefront on these carbon credit matters and the climate change for a long time. And now that he's out of parliament, he's able to prosecute that, and he has brought in one of the issues that Honorable Church Uganya brought for us to consider that was missing in this amendment is that already there are players who are already in this business of carbon market trading, and they were scared of the transition period once this bill becomes an act of parliament and it comes into force. And he was scared that without a proper clause that specifies transition from what we have to the time that they are accredited for them to be able to do business, then that will be taken care of. And as a committee, we will be bringing, as and when we will be moving our amendments as part of what Church Uganya had proposed. Honorable Speaker, these individuals and civil societies and private sector came from the Private Sector Alliance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya's Climate Change Working Group, Kenya Wildlife Conservancy Association, the Northern Rangeland Trust, the Nature Conservancy, the Nairobi Climate Network, Academia, Ban Manufacturing Company, Tumua Limited, Environmental Institute of Kenya, Ken Bright, among others. Of course, we had an individual, a person that we respect, and a person that is so resourceful on climate change matters, Honorable Speaker, that came before us as a committee to be vetted as a member of the National Climate Change Council member, a Professor Uta, who also gave us a huge input on matters that relate to carbon credit, on matters that relate to the climate change. And we want to thank Professor Uta for being very candid on some of the issues that he prosecuted yesterday. Honorable Speaker, the submission by the stakeholders outcome will be taken into consideration while determining the final proposed amendment of the bill. And Honorable Speaker, that is key because 2016, specifically Article 6, as it has been already been alluded to by the majority leader. This will take into consideration the mitigation and mitigation through carbon markets and non-market approaches. Honorable Speaker, this authority called designated national authority. a very key component. And of course, when we were looking at it, we were a little bit confused as, is it an authority that requires? But of course, Honorable Speaker, going to the definition of the designated authority, Honorable Speaker, it gives the definition. It's not an authority as such. It says designated authority means the entity or organization granted the responsibility to authorize and approve participation in projects under the Paris Agreement on climate change. So again, Honorable Speaker, and that is why we are not saying this is not a money bill, it doesn't attract, and that we don't have to form boards for this authority because the Cabinet Secretary will be appointing one of the already existing authorities or board, within the organization for them to be able to undertake what we are talking. And this, it is important because the registry will be domiciled at this authority. And it's a key important, and it's only the national government. Honorable Speaker, there are a few people who felt that we should have taken these, the registry on carbon credit to the counties. But of course, you understand, Honorable Speaker, what happens when you give just a slight window for counties to be able to have a say in any of that. Then they start licensing, giving out licenses, giving out conditions, charging other levies that are unacceptable, that hinders investors from coming. So this, it is purely managed by the national government to try and avoid what usually. I know, yes, at a certain level, this is a bill that concerns county. From here, once Parliament approves and the National Assembly, it will be taken to the Senate for purposes of concurrence, and I hope that Senate will agree with us and be able to fast-track this very important amendment bill. Secondly, Honorable Chair, is also that the carbon market trading, it's not a locked thing like what has been happening currently. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the carbon market trading currently, it is actually 100% private sector, without the involvement of government, everybody doing their own business. But this bill has come to regulate the market in so many ways. And of course, it does not stop the private sector involvement because it includes a bilateral agreement, a multilateral agreement, a voluntary carbon market where individuals can approach the ministry and they want to trade, and of course under the relevant regulations they will be able to uptake this very important business. And as it has been said by Majority Leader, it is true. Currently, as we are talking, there are so many private sector who earn at the expense of the community, and this, when the government comes into force through this bill, then our community will be the biggest beneficiary. Of course, I've talked about the National Carbon Registry, which is key, which will go a long way, Honorable Speaker, to try and have a registry that it is transparent and accountable. Honorable Speaker, again, with a few recommendations from the private sector to have this opened, and of course in the law, and we accepted with that it should be opened, that if you want to do a search, then you can easily request for that, and you can easily get the results of what you want. Honorable Speaker, one very key and very important issue is the share of proceeds by the community, and I think that is key. This bill is investor-friendly. Honorable Speaker, as I've indicated there, we have in the bill proposed, it is an investor-friendly because it will, the proposal for the sharing will go a long way in inviting so many investors to come in the country and invest in the carbon market trading, Honorable Speaker, where the percentages have been alluded to. For the land-based carbon credit market, we have, there is a proposal of 40%, and for the non-land at 25%, which brings the attraction for investors to come and Honorable Chair, there was, and I want to amplify what the majority has indicated. It is true. Honorable Speaker, the way of nomination of the National Climate Change Council, the way they are nominated, Honorable Speaker, currently as we are talking, we have 2 cases before the Court of Appeal and the High Court. And it has taken, since 2016, we have never operationalized the Climate Change Council. And Honorable, that is sad, because when you pick, you allow the largest organization to bring a nominee. If you pick from, and there are like 2 of them, if you pick from one, the other organizations go to court and they stop the process. So again, this will address whereby we'll give the appointing authority, and that's the President of the Republic of Kenya, to appoint a member as a nominee from there. But again, this will fasten the process where we will not have different organizations related to climate matters going to court to stop. And of course, we have a case that the nominees of 2016, the case is still lying at the Court of Appeal. And just the other day, after going through that difficult moment of vetting, and to date, again, they are locked in the legal dispute up to now. So this amendment brings where we'll give the appointing authority a leeway for them to pick from an organization, of course, related to climate change, and on matters to do also carbon credit, the Association of Manufacturers, he can pick. And what we have also agreed as a committee also is to consider where the private sector, where there had been only one representation, to consider whether they can have an additional representation for it, because again, the market, the private sector does play a very, very big role in this climate change aspect. Honorable Speaker, the green energy, as again amplified by the majority leader, is key to this country. And Honorable Speaker, we have already looked at the regulations. We'll have where we can be able to take these issues to the countrywide, to the villages, and tell them on how they can be able to earn. The aspect of commercial forest, you can be able to earn a lot of carbon credit and a lot of money by just planting trees, and even the reduction. Take, for example, Honorable Speaker, if a school was emitting through the cooking of their only food, maybe for the school, in a day, they are emitting, say, 5 tons of carbon dioxide in the air, then the school can be able to say, we have reduced this by, say, using gas, for example, and this is what we have reduced the emission of the carbon to the atmosphere, and how can we be able to, and of course, the school, by just reduction, using gas, for example, to cook, or something else, a better of cooking instead of using the timber, then they can be able to earn some monies out of that. Honorable Speaker, when our president came up with the planting of the 15 billion trees, of course, maybe people thought we are just doing something for conservation. Honorable Speaker, our president has realized the amount of revenue that we can be able to generate. As we are speaking, Honorable Speaker, currently, we are rated at the number 8 in terms of the amount of money that we receive out of this carbon market trading. Honorable Speaker, and that's a huge business, and these monies have been going to the pockets of some individuals from foreign countries and other Kenyans, of course, a few Kenyans who have. But now, with this law, and of course with the plantation of the 15 billion trees, then Kenya will, a huge percentage of our GDP will be gotten from these proceeds of the carbon market trading. Honorable Speaker, have spoken about the transition of the already existing players who are there. And as Chachuganya had proposed, we are critically looking at that proposal to be able to bring a transition clause that will address the already existing, that they can be given some time for them to be able now to transit into the act once it comes into force. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, disputes, again, is something that we are looking to, and it is important to remember that the Community Development Agreement has mechanism, has provisions on how do you address a dispute. And if you don't agree as per the Community Development Agreement, then again you can move now further to the Environmental Tribunal on matters too. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to admit that this country is at the right time in terms of getting, of course, as the majority leader indicated, Kenya was among the first African countries to come up with a Climate Change Act in 2016, and we are looking forward to a very robust conference that will be coming, that will also address so many issues that, and we want to thank the head of state for the position that he has been taken as the chair of the Africa Climate Change conference that is coming up. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of Herman Maina Primary School from Nyali constituency, Mombasa County, seated in the Speaker's Gallery. Also seated in the Speaker's Gallery is Kanusin Boys High School from Bomet Central constituency, Bomet County. I also wish to recognize, seated in the public gallery, Yura Gate Primary School from Tharaka constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. I also recognize Zayed Children Primary School from Nyali constituency, Mombasa County. I also recognize the presence of Lower Moiben Primary School from Soi constituency, Wasingishu County. I also recognize Kagumori Primary School, Manyata constituency, Embu County. And lastly, also seated in the public gallery is Blair Serem Primary School from Keio North constituency, Elgeyo Marakwet County. And on my own behalf and the entire House, we wish to welcome all those schools. Karibuni. Honorable, first, I think I'll give a chance to Honorable Nyikal. Honorable. No, let's proceed first to the debate. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Madam
Hold
Speaker.
on, let me propose the question. Sorry, I forgot to propose the question. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Climate Change Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2023, be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Your point, Owen Baya, your point of order?
It's me who has the mic. It's me who has it. We go down.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I suggest that as we begin this debate, at the onset, we reduce the time to around 3 minutes so that we give give as many people an opportunity to contribute to this debate so that we can dispose in good time, but also have as many people to speak. Yes. I beg to request, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. I see members are in agreement. We reduce the time to 3 minutes? Yes. Okay, 3 minutes each member. Okay, you may proceed, Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity 3 minutes. Madam Speaker, this bill has basically 3 things. It tries to align the bill we had with the Paris Agreement, which then is a good thing. But then it does 2 other things that makes me oppose it. 2 other things that oppose it. I oppose this bill. Because, Madam Speaker, this bill replaced the directorate with the council, and then all the powers are actually now concentrated in the minister. Then, Madam Speaker, this bill in clause 4 actually deletes what I think is a very good arrangement for public participation. Although it is put elsewhere, Madam Speaker, it really dilutes the public participation that is expected. Madam Speaker, if you then go to clause 6 actually removes the appointment of stakeholders by stakeholders and puts all of it actually in the hands of the president, which is okay. But all the others are civil servants, so virtually all the council members are appointed by the president. We are trying to put a saving grace by saying that they'll be brought to the assembly, to the National Assembly for approval. But, Madam Speaker, I've never seen a council or an institution where everybody is literally appointed by the president. Because if you have the permanent secretaries all appointed by the president, all the stakeholders are appointed by the president. Mr. Speaker, even if it's brought to the National Assembly, I think we are denying Kenyans the opportunity to participate. Madam Speaker, if you go to clause 7, it again takes every power of that council under the cabinet secretary, so that everything advising the cabinet, directing the cabinet secretary. Madam Speaker, the best way to go through this bill is just make this a department of a ministry. But we shouldn't pretend that this is actually a bill creating a council. There is no council. That council is merely a department of a ministry. And that is what we should do. So, Madam Speaker, I oppose this, and will actually look at it that, in my view, it should actually be opposed. It shouldn't pass through. And I think I can see what is happening, Madam Speaker. What is happening is we are hurrying to get this bill before the conference. We have had a big bill. Now, who is it that is forcing us that we must now have a bill before the conference? And it must adhere to the Paris Agreement. We can't have many important things in our country being driven from outside. This is a bill driven from outside. I will ask my colleagues, we actually reject this bill and reject this bill, go with our old act, and look after that after the conference. Look at it after the conference. We can take ideas from that conference so that we can then amend our act in a more organized way, and we shouldn't really even hurry with this. So, Madam Speaker, I oppose. I've not had time to read it through and through, but on those basic principles, I actually oppose it. Whatever else you bring, and those are actually, it's only about 5 clauses, about 7 clauses, and out of those, the majority are actually not in the interest of this country. I oppose, Madam Speaker.
Of order, Leader of Majority?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Nyikal has just finished, but he was saying he is opposing what he has not read. What a fallacy, Honorable Speaker. And Dr. Nyikal is a very seasoned legislator. He should first take time to read the bill. This bill was not published in the morning. It was published over 2 months ago. He has not read and is opposing. How can he oppose what he has not read? You have.
Okay, we've made your point. Let's proceed. The Honorable Member for Kwale County, Honorable Masito. Okay, the Honorable Charles Kamuren, member for Baringo County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this motion. This bill, Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to say that we are not in a hurry over this bill for purposes of the conference. As indicated by Honorable Nyekal, we are doing our work as expected of us as committee. This bill is overdue compared with what is going on in this country, Honorable Speaker, because of carbon credit, the money that is coming to this country, if it cannot be controlled and made and be accounted by the government for the purpose of the development of our people, then it will be like we are allowing the civil societies to overrun. Honorable Speaker, this bill will come and control and give us, as it has been indicated, that we shall have a register which will give the data of how things are being run, the programs, the projects that has been going on. It will be able now, because the government will be controlling. It will be easy to know. And the communities that are not aware of what is going on because of the level of understanding, they will be able also to realize, because we shall have that register that will be for public, and it can be checked and can be seen by everyone. So this bill is good for purposes of development. And I want to urge the members here to understand and take time, because they have the copy. This thing has been there for the last 2 years, I mean 2 months. So when I heard a member saying that this bill is coming right now, and it has been there for the last 2 months, then I wonder what have they been doing, because it is within here. So I want to urge the members to support and let us approve and let it go the way for the sake of our country. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Turkana Central. The Honorable Member from Beira North, Geoffrey Ruku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute, and before that is important I mention that, Madam Speaker, I have been in carbon trading business from 2009 to now. I have registered project with the NFCC. I have registered carbon credit project with Gold Standard, and I have sold carbon credits. I have consulted on carbon credit projects in South Africa, in DRC, in Malawi, and in Madagascar. Therefore, I am an expert as far as carbon trading is concerned, carbon credit trading is concerned. Madam Speaker, carbon trading business involves quite a number of ministries or areas. One of them is energy, forestry, finance, and even foreign affairs. If you look at this amendment, Madam Speaker, they anchor all the carbon trading business to one ministry, which is the Ministry of Environment. If that is what you are going to pass at this House, it will be completely out of the trade of carbon trading. Because there are projects within the Ministry of Energy, there are projects within the Ministry of Trade,
the Ministry of Finance, as well as issues to do with foreign affairs. Because some of the protocols or conventions which are agreed internationally, Madam Speaker, are within the realm of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This amendment makes the Ministry of Environment as the only focal point ministry when it comes to the carbon trading. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order? Member for Nakuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My point of order is it is important for the member, as he contributes and alludes to the fact that it is only the ministry that is involved that has been bestowed that responsibility. I beg to request him to read the whole and see the players within. There is a ministry, Treasury is there, the one that he's asking. He's a member of the, like in the Climate Council, that advises the ministry. So it is wrong for him to tell us that it is only the Ministry of Environment that is involved in this. If he looks through, he will be able, the Minister of Energy, the one he's talking about.
You made your point of order.
Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Ruku.
Okay.
What's
Madam
your
Speaker, it's also important I mention.
Okay, what's your point of order?
Just to inform the member that even KPA, the port, there are many players, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Treasury, Ministry of Maritime, Ministry of Fisheries, all of them congregate, but they are put under one basket, Ministry of Transport, and business happens that way. It cannot just be one ministry that does business. Many ministries come together and do business. So I want to inform you that you are misleading the House.
Thank you for the point of information. You may proceed, Honorable
Madam
Ruku.
Speaker, allow me, please, to make my contribution. The honorable members will make their contribution. Madam Speaker, I spent the weekend, last weekend but one, looking at this amendment with Honorable Leguton because we have a carbon trading bill which is well structured. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Leader?
No, Honorable Speaker, the member for Mbere North is now completely out of order because he cannot even now begin to question the existence of this bill on the basis that himself and another member have brought a bill to do with carbon credit trading. Honorable Speaker, that is why I said, in fact, I would ask the member for Mbere to now, in line with Standing Order number 90 or 91, to declare interest as to whether he has any interest in carbon credit trading in the country or elsewhere, because he cannot now use his position as a member of parliament to come and advance private business interests on the floor.
Proceed, Honorable
Madam
Ruku.
Speaker, from the onset, I said I'm an expert as far as the issues of carbon trading is concerned. I have developed carbon credit projects not only in Kenya but also in South Africa, in Malawi, in Madagascar, and DRC. I have been in this game for quite some years. Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is the Ministry of Environment, if we pass this bill the way it is, we will even scare the investors. If you look at the crowds, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, he's running after the issue.
Yes, proceed, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I think the member from Mbere North did not listen to me. I asked him in line with our standing orders if he has any pecuniary interest, and he has now confirmed that indeed he has pecuniary interest, and he cannot therefore be contributing to this bill, pretending to be opposing it, but what is informing is the consultancy he is doing in the carbon credits market. It is only in order, in line with our own standing orders, that if he has any pecuniary interest, he first declares that interest, so that even as you oppose, and it is within your right to oppose the bill, but as you oppose, People must know you're opposing it because you have pecuniary interest in the carbon credit market. But you cannot now continue to mislead the House, as the chair was saying, because he's misleading the House, and the Honorable Owen also pointed it out. He's misleading the House that the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Environment, is now amassing power in itself in the credit market trade. But he's only probably, and I'm not in any way saying that is what he's doing, but he looks like someone now is protecting pecuniary business interests, which is wrong and out of order. And Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that you do ask the member from Bere to either declare interest or cease his further contribution to this bill.
The honourable member, just take note of standing order number 91. A member who wishes to speak on a matter in which the member has personal interest shall declare the interest first. Personal interest include pecuniary interest, proprietary interest, personal relationship, and business relationships. So you may declare your interest.
Madam Speaker, I have no business interest as far as this amendment is concerned. I have only one interest, to ensure the people of the Republic of Kenya benefit in totality as far as the issues of carbon credits is concerned. Because, Madam Speaker, I have seen project developers suffering in this Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, and if we are going to pass this amendment the way they are, we are going to kill many project developers in the Republic of Kenya. I have been there, and I know I have no interest as far as the amendment is concerned. My only interest, Madam Speaker, is to ensure we have regulation.
Your time is up. What's your point of order?
Speaker, it's not fair for someone to speak from both sides of his mouth in this House. The honorable member said very clearly that he has consulted in carbon credits in Malawi, in this, that he has a business that earns him, that he earns him money in carbon credits. Then when he's challenged to it, he says he does not have. I think he needs to withdraw both statements and declare that he has pecuniary interest and therefore he is not fit. Yes, he is not fit to contribute to this debate and to mislead the House.
Without declaring interest.
Okay, proceed. I'll let you respond because you need to declare your interest.
Madam Speaker, I'm fortunate to have to be an expert as far as issues to do with carbon credits are concerned. And this House should benefit from my experience in this trade. I have, yes, it's a trade. Carbon business is a trade. No, listen. No, let me.
Your point of order? Yeah.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the member from Bere North first to relax and in his own interest, in his own best interest, because he's my friend, to conform with our standing orders. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to read for him, because he did not listen to you. Standing order number 90 says, a member who wishes to speak on any matter in which the member has a personal interest shall first declare that interest. Personal interests include pecuniary interest, proprietary interest. Pecuniary interest is something that you makes money for you. You have just confirmed unanswered that you are a consultant in that area, that you therefore make money in that area. You have pecuniary interest. Personal relationships and business relationships, including consultants. Therefore, it was only right and befitting for the member of Mere, before contributing, to declare interest, which he did not. And in line with our own procedures, I want to guide him. Please declare interest. Just that. And it's not harmful to declare interest.
Withdraw your contribution.
Hold on, members. Hold on, members. You can't be having conversations between yourselves. Okay, member for... We'll go to the next member. I think member for... we'll only give an opportunity if you're speaking in compliance with Standing Order 90, but I won't give you a chance to continue contributing because your time is up. So are you responding to Standing Order 90? Okay, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I have been a consultant. I have been a project developer in matters to do with carbon credits in the Republic of Kenya. However, Madam Speaker, in matter to do with contribution, as far as this amendment is concerned, I'm doing it in good faith so that our nation can benefit from...
Just, Honorable Member.
No, Madam Speaker, can I be protected?
No. Hold on, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I asked you to respond to Standing Order number 90. So either you declare that you have interest, and in which case you failed to declare the interest at the beginning of the debate, in which case you withdraw your contributions and apologize. Then we can proceed. Or you say there is no interest.
Madam Speaker, the leader of majority is bullying me. And I will not accept, to be bullied by the leader of...
Member from Bere, I won't give you a chance to speak. I won't give you a chance to speak because you're not responding. You're using the opportunity to respond to your colleagues. Okay, member for Tharaka Nithi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, this is a heated debate we have because climate change, as everybody knows, has become a motive. In fact, the debate we have in the country is whether are we going to adapt to climate change or should we mitigate? And we have all agreed we should actually be mitigating because without that mitigation, the adaptation may not be easy because climate is natural. You may not have a way of controlling the cost it takes unless you get into a position where you mitigate those circumstances. We've spoken for a long time, including the problems we have had with our ozone layer. In fact, I remember the late President Moi was quite keen on environmental protection and conservation. We may have said those days he was actually delivering the ozone layer speech in London. We were being pushed by foreign powers. But had we agreed to do what we were being told that time, maybe the droughts we are faced with today, the problems we have regarding climate today would not have occurred. It is vitally important that if we actually move on to mitigate climate change matters, we may revamp our own water sources, which are now depleted. We may be able to control the drought cycle that seems to appear every now and then in the country, and the areas that are arid and semi-arid, including my constituency, Tharaka, may actually become better places to live in, better places to produce more food, and better areas in the country which would be of benefit. The directorate we are talking about is very important because we now need to know where to go when it comes to matters of climate change. We cannot leave it to the ministry alone, in as much as the ministry is supposed to control the climate change issues through this directorate. It's also important to know that we require regulations which will be used when we are actually effecting matters of climate change. So it is important also to note the issues of carbon credits, which are now being termed as a trade. If they are going to bring an income, so good for the country. Anything that brings money, that money is lawful, that money gets into the hands of Kenyans so that they are able to make their lives better is important. So this is a good bill, and we should actually support it wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where is my card? I don't have a card. I need Honorable Mary Emase. Honorable Mary Emase. Honorable Mary Emase, not in the house. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, not in the house. Honorable Owen Baya. Honorable Owen Baya, you are ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yeah.
When did you become buyer? You know, he stole my name. Honorable Speaker, I would like to contribute to this one to note that Kenya is noted as the 8th country in this world that trades in carbon. And Honorable Speaker, trading in carbon, or this bill, is about adaptation, afforestation, reforestation, landscaping. Honorable Speaker, what we have seen in Kenya today is degradation of our forest cover. And constitutionally, we need to develop 30% of the forest cover in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, one of the things that we must do is to do reforestation as one of the mitigation measures against climate change. Honorable Speaker, it is very important to note that Kenya has been one of those countries that has signed into the Paris Protocol, and the Paris Protocol therefore brings us this kind of amendments to ensure that we are aligned. But Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, that we need to find a way to promote sustainable means and which are consistent with our national laws and priorities in terms of ensuring that we have enough forest cover, and that, Honorable Speaker, this country does not continue to suffer the vagaries of climate change that we have. Honorable Speaker, the Paris Agreement allows countries to voluntarily cooperate with each other to achieve emissions reduction targets set out in their national determined contributions. Honorable Speaker, climate change is a global issue. What might happen in Tanzania might affect what happens in this country. What happens in Uganda might happen in this country, might affect what happens in this country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that we as a continent, as Africa, we stand together in terms of global, of managing climate change. But I also want to say this. There's a lot of trade in carbon credits in this country. And a lot of the time, the communities that are engaged are exploited. That a lot of money is taken away from this country using carbon credits. Communities lose a lot of money. We need to align into law carbon credit trading in this country so that communities can benefit. In my community, in my constituency, I have a lot of organizations that have been employed by organizations that deal with carbon. These organizations make a lot of...
The Honorable Gladys Boss, the Deputy Speaker, and MP for Washington County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to lend my voice to this very important bill. I think this is something that is close to my heart. For my LLB thesis, the title was Depletion of the Stratospheric Ozone Layer. And then when I think back, if we had taken action as a country way back then, we would not be where we are today. We would not be suffering from the effects of climate change. So I appeal to members that we support this bill because we are 3 decades late in acting. And today we have seen the catastrophic effects of climate change. We know that Kenya has signed and ratified various international instruments, and therefore it's an imperative that we align our domestic legislation with our international obligations. These instruments are the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. And therefore, this is very, very timely, and for that reason, I support this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. The Honorable Eric Muchangi, MP for Unyeja.
finally. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my views to this amendment bill, the Climate Change Amendment Bill. And from the onset, I wish to support this bill because, Honorable Speaker, for the longest time, we have been told of the carbon trading, but our people at the village level have never been able to know or even to have an idea of how they can benefit from the money that comes to do with this carbon trading. It is just the other day, Honorable Speaker, that I walked around my constituency and met some groups of people who are registering my people and to be particular farmers on this issue of carbon trading. And I support this idea of having a directorate within the Ministry of Environment, so that this ministry or this directorate, the Climate Change Directorate, can be in charge of informing our people on how best they can benefit from this carbon trading. And you see, Honorable Speaker, most of the parts in our country are parts that receive sufficient rain. And our people can be told to plant more trees, because by planting more trees, then they're guaranteed of earning income from these trees. This provides an extra opportunity so that our people can substitute their income, or rather they can get extra income from trees. Honorable Speaker, I also would want to say that looking at our rivers and swamps, they are drying up. And all these are effects of climate change. We have had droughts in this country. We have had flooding, which leaves our farmers and those people who come from the arid areas. They are left without livestock when their livestock are swept by rains. And all this effort of coming up with a climate change amendment bill is to mitigate the disaster that may come through drought or even through flooding. So, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to basically contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, you need your protection. There's a lot of noise from KJ. Honorable Speaker, the United Nations...
Order, Honorable Rindikiri. Honorable Rindikiri, we have less than 20 minutes to debate this bill. Could we listen to one another as we proceed? Actually, less than 15 minutes. John, proceed.
Speaker, come here. It was, but now it isn't. Honorable Speaker, let me take a few minutes to lay out this framework. Honorable Speaker, first of all, there was the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which gave the standards, discussed climate and said it is important that we have the standards. Then, Honorable Speaker, there was the Kyoto Protocol, which basically defined the framework, but there were no commitments. Then came the Paris Declaration. The Paris framework basically committed countries to reduction of greenhouse gases. The nationally determined commitments are commitments to reduce the greenhouse gases. Honorable Speaker, climate is universal. You can intervene anywhere in the world. That is why there is money in this particular field. And I would like to discuss very briefly how this money comes in. Honorable Speaker, polluters, or the countries that are polluting the environment in this world, have committed themselves to reduction of greenhouse gases. But you can intervene anywhere in the world. That is why they can come here and cause afforestation or growth of forests, or they cause investment in clean energy. If there is reduction of greenhouse gases through such investment, then they can basically factor this in their commitments during the annual reviews of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change otherwise called Conference of Parties. The Conference of Parties 28th meeting is going to be in Dubai, or United Arab Emirates, this year. It will be happening between 30th of November to 12th of December. These are called negotiations, and the negotiations come in to try and see how they can figure out possible ways of reducing the greenhouse gases. The reason why greenhouse gases have got to be reduced is because they are increasing the temperatures of the earth. The temperature of the earth has increased up to 1.454%. If it reaches 2%, nobody knows what will happen. So the idea is to ensure that this temperature is not increased anymore by reducing the pollution. But some countries like America are not very committal in terms of reduction. They are not very committal in terms of reduction of the use of pollutants like coal as a source of energy. Therefore, there is need for us to partner with the other countries to reduce the greenhouse gases. And that is why the carbon credit or the carbon market happened because other countries can put in money here to cause reduction in the greenhouse gases, and therefore they take this as their contribution, and therefore they can factor this in the negotiations. Honourable Speaker, this bill comes in to regulate this particular market and to regulate the activities in this particular sector. Therefore, it is important we have such a bill regulating the sector.
Honorable John Waweru. Honorable John Waweru, you are the second last.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it is a wise man who says that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We actually borrow it from our children. And Mr. Speaker, what we do with the earth while we are alive is important. And especially at a time like this when the effects of climate change are very clear. Secondly, the effects of climate change know no borders. Whatever happens in Kenya has an effect in South America. Whatever happens in Europe has an effect in the Southern Hemisphere. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing by aligning our laws to international obligations like the Paris Accord is critical, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we all accept that the business of carbon credits is going to be a big business going forward globally. Mr. Speaker, just by aligning ourselves as a country to a place where our communities can benefit from the benefits that are accruing from this issue of climate change and carbon benefits, Mr. Speaker, that alone allows me to support this bill with both hands. Mr. Speaker, I see an authority created, and there might be a debate around the authority. But reading through the bill properly, Mr. Speaker, I understand that this is an authority that is just designated to superintend over the registration of entities that shall be participating in this carbon credit business, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I'm seeing time is of interest, it is a good environmentalist by the name of Wangari Maathai who told us that if we have to do anything about this environment and our climate, we have to be like the hummingbird. The hummingbird that did that little that it could do. Madam Speaker, my little thing as a hummingbird in this session of Parliament, Madam Speaker, was to bring a bill, a motion, that suggests that we should be planting trees along all our roadsides and all our road reserves, Madam Speaker, because we are building in excess of 600 kilometers of roads every year, Madam Speaker. If we could only plant trees along the roads that we are building every year, we have done so much in stepping towards mitigating the effects of climate change. Not only will we be reversing the adverse effects of climate change, we shall also be beautifying our country to a place where we convert our roads from bare roads to become boulevards. Madam Speaker, I'm conscious about time. Because I know many other members would like to contribute, I support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kisumu East, Honourable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing the agreement that we had as independents with the Speaker, with the Honourable Speaker, where you would give us some credit to give us some preference. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the change, some of the amendments that have been placed in this particular bill. Madam Speaker, this act was placing duties on the national government and the county government to mainstream climate changes, etc. I don't want to go through the whole thing, but the actual matter of the fact of the matter is this, that when it comes to the National Climate Change Council, there has been an amendment that the civil society should be removed from that. I don't mind that, but I do feel that under Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya, we must have community representation. That representation, a community representation, is not civil society representation. Why can't we have representation? We amend that particular amendment and have representation from the Ma community, representation from other nomadic communities who have been and other marginalized communities who have suffered very heavily in this. Madam Speaker, one of my colleagues earlier I was talking so much about carbon credits. Madam Speaker, I have never seen this country actually develop anything out of carbon credits. Madam Speaker, it is the foreign consultants who, in collusion with these Kenyan consultants, take away our benefit of carbon credit. Our carbon credits are worth a lot of money. They take our carbon credits and throw them at the cost of nothing with foreign consultants, and then they say, oh, you must allow us to do that. We are bringing benefit to Kenya. I have seen no benefit to Kenya. I don't even know the level of carbon credits that Kenya earns. I have no idea of how many carbon credits Kenya has, and I don't know what is being traded for. It is the same way that the colonialists came here, Madam Speaker. They gave us cowrie shells and took away our gold. They gave us cowrie shells and they took away our wealth. Now they're giving us carbon credits and taking away our health. The carbon credit in this country is worth 1/100th of the carbon credit that is worth in the United Kingdom. There is not, and I dispute my colleague from Bere. He has.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Buru, Honorable Mugambi, and you're the last one, and then we shall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I was a bit agitated a few minutes ago, but I'm okay. I like to support this bill for the following reasons. Madam Speaker, by creation of this authority, we'll have a coordinated body that is going to look at the issues of climate change. Madam Speaker, I come from a large-scale farming community where there is a lot of emission of chemicals and also production of water. I come from an area where the forestry business is quite high. Madam Speaker, this authority, this council will formulate the relationship that is going to exist in between economic planning of this country and the climate change, which has been lacking for a long time. Madam Speaker, this council will be in charge of research, development, and training of our community. There are so many communities who are not aware of the importance of climate change. This council will take a lot of initiative in training, in research development, and also implementation of the programs that the government want to put in place. Madam Speaker, we know this is the first time that we have seen public and private initiative being entrenched in a bill. Madam Speaker, in order for us to be successful in climate change, we cannot avoid the private sector. And through this council, which has been brought up by this bill, we see the initiative of private organizations being put in place. Madam Speaker, we will see the contribution of private sector into the business of carbon business. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as I stand, I say also, this bill brings in full support of public participation in the management of the climate change sector. I therefore support this bill for those reasons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kawanjiko?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Standing on Standing Order 95, and also putting into consideration how important this bill is, I propose that the mover be called to reply, Madam Speaker.
That's the mood of the House? Okay. All right, the mover may reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank all the members who have contributed to this bill, Honorable Speaker, and for the support. Honorable Speaker, as I said, I do hope that we will all be keen to ensure that we take maximum advantage of the carbon credits market and ensure that we derive value for our people and our constituents. Honorable Speaker, also to make sure that in line with the Paris Agreement, that sustainable development and elevation of poverty becomes a key cog, even as we get into the carbon credit markets, Honorable Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Rocco, who unsuccessfully attempted to oppose, and advise him that next time the best thing to do is to declare interest where you have pecuniary interest. And I know there are also other bills from private members. The Honorable Rocco and the Honorable Lekuton have a bill, and we invite them to enrich even in their bills part of what has been said here and before. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Climate Change Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2023, be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Climate Change Act of 2016 and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023, second reading.
The mover. And the mover move the bill, please. Majority Leader. Majority Leader. We are waiting upon you to move the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill actualizes what the President spoke to during the State of the Nation address in September of 2022, Honorable Speaker, when he called on the House to help government actualize the public-private partnership funding model for our water sector. Honorable Speaker, you know, Kenya is a water-deficient country and is among the water-scarce countries in the world, with slightly above 40 million people, not shillings, Honorable Speaker, being unable to access clean drinking water. We know we have challenges with sewer systems around our cities, and I'm happy the County Member of Parliament for Nairobi, the Honorable Pasaris, is in the House this evening, because Nairobi is one of those areas where people are not just lacking water, clean drinking water, back in our estates and our areas where we reside, but also sewer management in our cities, and indeed across the country, not just in Nairobi. Sewer management is a problem. And the provision of both water and sewer resources is a capital-intensive exercise, Honorable Speaker, and governments around the world, not just in Kenya, are not able to fund the provision of clean drinking water and provision of sewer services to the people with their own resources. Therefore, what has happened over the years, Honorable Speaker, is that governments have continued to borrow and finance the provision of water resources and sewer provision services through very expensive loans at times, and of course being limited as to the amount of work they can put in the provision of water and sewer services because of the inadequate resources. This bill, Honorable Speaker, therefore seeks to address some of these challenges to ensure that we have a sustainable mechanism through which we can fund water provision for our neighborhoods, through which we can fund the provision of sewer services without necessarily going back, as I say, to borrow huge loans to be able to cater for the provision of water services. Honorable Speaker, this bill will help the government attract new capital, investment to bridge the funding in the water sector, and ease the debt burden, as I was saying, Honorable Speaker, that has squeezed funds that are available to us for development projects in other areas, as well as increase the capital in intensive water projects without relying on loans, and therefore we'll be able to roll out more projects. Honorable Speaker, it's not just about water, but also speaking to food security. Water also caters for provision of food, not just for drinking as a modem for drinking, Honorable Speaker, but serves in providing water for irrigation that will feed to the food security agenda of our government, and indeed the desire for our people to be food secure, Honorable Speaker. And we know, Honorable Speaker, for us to be able to irrigate the millions of acres of land that we need to irrigate to ensure that we have food security in our country, we must have water. And that water can only be provided through the construction of dams, which I have said are capital intensive. Honorable Speaker, our own budgets, if we were to do the kind of dams for irrigation that we need to do across the country, Honorable Speaker, we will need to finance this over a period of a minimum of 16 to 18 years to be able to actualize the dams that we intend to build in this country, both for water provision and even for irrigation, Honorable Speaker. And if we were to wait for 18 years to be able to provide water to our people, or to be able to irrigate land to ensure that we are food secure, Honorable Speaker, then as leaders we have failed. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes in at a timely time when we have just come from a very bad drought, Honorable Speaker, and indeed we saw the need to have water, not just for drinking, not for irrigation, even water in our pastoral areas for providing for our livestock, including our wild animals in the parks, Honorable Speaker. You remember elephants, hyenas, lions dying in our parks, and even monkeys, Honorable Speaker, including those that are to be relocated from Gatanga to elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, you know, somebody said that they will relocate monkeys from Gatanga to elsewhere. Why those monkeys move to areas that are inhabited by people and the increasing cases of human-wildlife conflict is because of climate change and the lack of water resources, Honorable Speaker. And it's therefore important that even in our parks, we have adequate resources to be able to provide water to our wild animals that are also resources to our country, Honorable Speaker. And we'll only be able to actualize this if we are able to have a water purchase agreement in line with our PPP Act. And we have a PPP Act, Honorable Speaker, which we are using today to generate electricity and be able to provide electricity in our neighborhoods, Honorable Speaker, using models where we are bringing both the public sector and the private sector to generate electricity, then onboard that electricity to the transmission companies. It is in the same spirit, Honorable Speaker, that we now want to onboard water provision, that water service providers that are county-based are able to get bulk water from PPP projects and be able then to sell that water to our neighborhoods and our people and ensure that our people have clean drinking water. Honorable Speaker, this water sector, besides being capital intensive, also has its own problems, Honorable Speaker. And those in the Committee of Water will tell you that one of the biggest problems that all water service providers, all bulk water providers have to deal with is unmetered water or non-revenue water, that is water that is generated, resources are deployed to generate that water or to provide water, but it is unmetered and therefore not generating any revenue either for the national government or for our county governments, Honorable Speaker. And part of the solution to that problem of non-revenue water or non-metered water is to ensure that we bring in private sector partners who will have a market-driven perspective to ensure that every drop of water that is generated, every resource that we have in this country for water is metered and is generating revenue for our county governments and even for the other players in the water sector. Honorable Speaker, we must be able to come to a point where innovation and ICT is factored in. I have been able, Honorable Speaker, to compare situations in Kenya, particularly the city of Nairobi, and a city like Johannesburg or Sandton in South Africa. And you find for every household in Sandton, every household is metered and they are paying resources. In fact, the city government of Sandton is able even to get revenue enhancement systems using the private sector to be able to collect all billed water in the city. But in Nairobi, comparatively, Honorable Speaker, probably 60% of the people in Nairobi have their water unmetered. And even out of the metered ones, probably only 40 or 50% are paying. And we have no systems. And therefore, we must be able to deploy modern technology and innovative ways of being able first to increase the revenue that we are generating from water resource, and also to ensure that we collect all money that is collectible from our water sector. Honorable Speaker, this we can only be able to do if we harness and if we tap into the resources, the expertise that is there in the private sector, that lacks in the public sector, Honorable Speaker. And we could not be able to do that without the provision now of our water purchase agreement. With the enactment of this water bill, Honorable Speaker, we shall be able now to actualize the PPP model in the water sector and have water purchase agreements where bulk water suppliers now can get bulk water being provided for them by private entities that have invested their money without necessarily going back to our exchequer to look for money to build or construct dams, sink all manner of boreholes in every neighborhood. Honorable Speaker, today if you go to Kilimani, every other adjacent plot has a borehole sunk. And we are therefore draining our underground water. But that would have easily been sorted out by getting Uhuru.Raila Dam, where, and I see the member for Kipkelion, who had a very good paper on Uhuru.Raila in the House. Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to generate more resources, water resources, from huge investments in this sector without necessarily going back to the exchequer or going back to our development partners to borrow money, and therefore further straining or burdening our country with public debt. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much in the interest of time. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Committee on Water, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, under the able chairmanship of the Honorable Bowen Kangogo, who worked with very good speed to be able to consider all the stakeholders who have made representations. And I must thank the many stakeholders who appeared before the committee and who continue to appear before the committee to bring their representations in terms of what they would want to see in the actualization of these public-private partnerships in the water sector, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and request the able chair of the committee, the Honorable Kangogo Bowen, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable the Leader of Majority, for a well-elaborate presentation, especially on this amendment of Water Act 2016. Madam Speaker, let me say the Leader of Majority has summarized almost the entire the input of this Water Amendment Act. And Madam Speaker, I just want to add a few things, even as I second. Madam Speaker, you will find that in this bill, the Water Act 2016, which we are seeking to amend to operationalize the PPP, is actually the main reason. And Madam Speaker, if you look at even our debts as a country, the water debt is almost a half because we have borrowed heavily a lot of money to invest in dams and water infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the national government borrows the money, invests in the infrastructure, and this water is supplied to counties through the water service providers. You will find, Madam Speaker, that at the county level or at the water service providers, which are managed by the counties, they are facing a serious challenges. One of the challenges is what we are calling the non-revenue water. And the non-revenue water, Madam Speaker, is the illegal connections we are seeing all across in the slums, people who don't have meters. So, and that's where we are losing revenue. But again, at the national government level, Madam Speaker, the national government through Treasury are struggling to pay the loans which were used to fund this infrastructure. So with this amendment, Madam Speaker, is going to address that challenge. Madam Speaker, the bill is seeking to amend 10 clauses of the Water Act 2016. And later, Madam Speaker, we have a comprehensive water amendment which will come to this House later. Madam Speaker, like you've heard from the little majority, we don't have, the country doesn't have the capital to invest in dams. So with the PPP, Madam Speaker, we are able to increase our water connection and also distribution to our people. Madam Speaker, the bill also seeks to increase the efficiency in the water distribution and water management, in the sense that when the counties are supplied water in bulk, it is their responsibility to make sure that they do the last mile connectivity to the last person, so that they are also able to increase their revenue and be able to pay the loans which were used to work on the water infrastructure. So, Madam Speaker, the bill was put in this, went through the first reading, and now we are doing the second reading, and it's good also and important to say, Madam Speaker, today, which is some few minutes ago, the time has elapsed for the public participation. And we are still receiving some memoranda, but by end of this evening, some few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, we had received almost about 10 memorandas, which we had considered as a committee since yesterday. We met with the ministry yesterday. They had proposed some amendments here and there. We have also received quite a number from water service providers, Madam Speaker, and their concerns were the issue of bulk water supply, because many of them, they were concerned that are we having now the water development agencies again being the water service providers. But I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, that the water development agencies, they will only develop the water infrastructure, especially the water infrastructure which is cutting across 2 counties. And they will develop, and also they will sign the agreement on behalf of the government with the private investor. But the water service providers, like what we have at the counties, because also this bill also touches the counties, and I know after this it will go to the Senate. Madam Speaker, the water development agencies, they are not after the last mile connectivity or to work as a service, water service providers, because that is many of the concerns. Madam Speaker, again in the Water Bill 2016, you will find that we are amending to bring in the water tribunal in this Water Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, all tribunals are now in judiciary, and yesterday the judiciary appeared before us, and they gave their submissions that they want the tribunal, the water tribunal, to be also put under this Water Amendment Act 2023, and because currently the way it is, the water tribunal, it has only, what is mentioned in the water tribunal is only the chair without a membership. So, Madam Speaker, we are seeking to define the composition and also the terms of the tribunal members. The Treasury also appeared before us because of the issue of the PPP and also the Attorney General, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the bill, the ministry, we are still having some proposals, Madam Speaker, including some amendments from the ministry which they just submitted some few minutes ago. So otherwise, Madam Speaker, I want to say that with the passing of this bill, we are going to increase the water connectivity to the people of Kenya, especially through the last mile, and also, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we are not only developing dams for hydro alone, but we are going to develop multipurpose dams so that it has an hydro component, irrigation component, and also domestic component. Because many of our dams we have currently, you will find that the one in Masinga or the one in Takwel, it's only for hydro. We want to make sure that as we develop even dams, it has the three components of hydro, it has the irrigation component, and also for domestic. So otherwise, Madam Speaker, I want to second the bill and ask my colleagues to support and pass this amendment so that we make sure that water, especially as provided for under Article 43 of our Constitution, is taken to every Kenyan in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023, be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, let me give a few people to contribute. The Honorable Rosa Buyu. You have the mic. There's a mic behind you, I think that's on. Okay, it seems like all the mics have gone off. Go to the one behind you, I think. Okay, can you give us the portable mic? Let's give you the portable mic. Oh, it's working now.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, despite the fact that there's a slight sabotage from my friend, Honorable Dorothy. First of all, I'd like to, on the onset, say that I support this amendment. Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of this committee, and I know that Article 43D of our Constitution actually states that every Kenyan has a right to clean and safe water and in adequate quantity. Honorable Speaker, initially at the first engagement with this amendment, I thought that the government was trying, in initiating this amendment bill, was trying to abdicate its responsibility to ensure that every Kenyan had safe and adequate water. But after interrogation, Honorable Speaker, especially when it was put to us that this is just another model of trying to ensure that indeed every Kenyan did get this safe water and adequately. Honorable Speaker, I did agree and I fully support this amendment. Honorable Speaker, we know that water is an issue, despite the fact that we say that 72% of Kenyans or the country has some water. We know that that water is not adequate. Honorable Speaker, we also know that water is underfunded, given the fact that every Kenyan needs this water. And if the government is looking for an opportunity to ensure that that water is as widespread as where the Kenyans stay, Madam Speaker, that makes me support this amendment. Madam Speaker, another point that I looked at, which made me a bit hesitant, was that I know that water is actually devolved. And I initially thought that this amendment was going to bring government, the national government and the county government in collusion. But having interrogated the amendment, Madam Speaker, there is no way that the national government usurps the powers of the county government in the provision of water or the function of water, because the eventual distribution of this water to the end consumer will actually lie with the county government, and the national government, in its role to ensure that all Kenyans have water, would only be producing or enabling water to be produced in bulk, so that the county government can get water to distribute or to sell to the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, my biggest worry was, if we do amend and introduce PPP, what would the end cost of water would be to the consumer? And I was worried that it might make water more costly than it is, just like our electricity is almost getting way beyond the Kenyan consumer. But Madam Speaker, I was convinced that the water regulatory body would still be in place to regulate and to ensure that the price of water is still kept within its limits. Madam Speaker, for those reasons, as a member of this committee, I fully support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, have you got your card here? Okay, proceed. And I think we keep it brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to lend my voice in support of this bill. And I'll start by saying, Madam Speaker, that 60 years after independence, it's actually a shame that the bulk of Kenyans still do not have access to clean drinking water. And Madam Speaker, they say insanity is keeping on doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so the model that we've used for 60 years, we must now start interrogating it and saying, why hasn't it delivered the results that we've all been looking for? And so, Madam Speaker, I support that we need a paradigm shift. If we have to accelerate, if we have to create sustainability, if we have to save lives, if we have to mitigate conflict, we have to provide our people with enough water. They have said many times that the next world war will most likely be as a result of a water shortage. So it is important that we start rethinking a new model of providing water. So a PPP model, Madam Speaker, serves this issue very, very well. And Madam Speaker, it's a good coincidence that we are discussing this bill just after we have finalized, with the climate change bill, because the two issues are very interlinked. We are seeing these days, seasons of very heavy rainfall, and all that water, drains to the oceans. And then in the next season, we are dealing with a catastrophic drought. So, Madam Speaker, it's very, very important that we create a mechanism where we can be able to build these mega dams that we have been speaking about. Some of them have been in planning for 50 years, 40 years, 30 years. But because of not having enough public funds, these dreams have been delayed and our people continue to suffer. So, Madam Speaker, I support this model. And just to give us history, if we had no PPPs, this country would still be power deficient.
Now with the PPP, again, we have seen what we can be able to do with our roads, and the expressway is a very good example. So it is very, very important that we embrace this, and I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that in my own constituency, we have planned to develop 2 mega dams, Gura Dam and Mohoya Dam. And both of these dams are going to be PPP dams, and they will not only supply water to my constituency, but we are envisaging that they can be able to supply water to most parts of Nyeri, and indeed to some of our neighbors like Muranga and Kirinyaga. So it is very, very important that we embrace this model. In our towns, we have aging piping systems. We have aging distribution systems. And like, for example, in Nairobi, we cannot even afford to upgrade our systems because of limited public funds. So with this model, we are going to start seeing investment also in the distribution system. We are going to start improving billing. And Madam Speaker, if we are successful at this model should also be replicated to other areas of development where, because of our use of our public funds, we have other investment. And Madam Speaker, as I conclude, it is also important that we think about the many water companies that we created, because by an act of this parliament, every county in this country have like 8 to 10 small water bodies, and most of them are not even economically viable. They cannot maintain their systems. They cannot be able to invest adequately. So I hope that the movers of this bill can also, in their wisdom, see whether we can be able to improve the current model that works. But Madam Speaker, based on that, I fully 100% support this water bill, and we hope that we have better days ahead in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kigaria?
Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill. I rise on Standing Order number 95. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order number 95.
Just let's wait to hear the point of order.
Because this is a very straightforward amendment, and it's just everybody is supporting. All the members who have spoken have been supporting this bill. So I would rise on the Standing Order number 95 to ask the mover to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is the mover ready to reply? Honorable Oundo, I will not give you an opportunity to speak because you are out of order. You're grossly out of order. Sit down. Honorable Oundo, as we wait for the mover, you can speak.
Speaker, the issue of water is central to the livelihood of people. Water, we are told from independence, water is life. So we cannot treat such an important bill with such a casual approach that we are unable to contribute and let the people of Kenya know what we are talking about. It was on that understanding, Honorable Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution made water as one of the social and economic values or expectations of the people of Kenya. So to Honorable, surely the Chair of Environment should be courteous and allow members to ventilate and let them go on record. Honorable Speaker, we were told at the independence that one of the issues that the government was supposed to treat was water, was to provide was water. 60 years down the line, Honorable Speaker, the water extension or water uptake, water availability in this country is still very, very low. In many constituencies and many villages and many areas, people go for long distances looking for water. Honorable Speaker, I've had an opportunity to go to Northeastern, and if you see the number of caravans of donkeys and the rest looking for water, it's heart-rendering, it's under such shame. Honorable Speaker, I come from a constituency called Funyula, where we border Lake Victoria, but Funyula constituency and Busia County as a whole is a water-deficient county, simply because the national government and the county government do not have adequate resources to invest in waterworks. And that's why, where I stand, Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment that generally allows for private-public partnership or even public-public partnership to ensure there is water that goes to the various homes of Kenyans wherever they are. Honorable Speaker, a major point of concern, obviously, where the private sector is involved, a private sector provider is in it for business, is in it for profits, unlike a public sector. The only cause of concern, Honorable Speaker, two things will arise. The tariffs for delivery for individual household might go up and become higher and become unaffordable and make the product unaffordable. On the converse, Honorable Speaker, if the regulations are so tight, we will not get efficient public-private partnership. We will still again not solve the problem we are talking about here. And that's why it is important the committee, as they retreat to do the committee amendments, Honorable Speaker, they must look at the both sides of the coin. How do we ensure we attract credible service providers? How do we ensure we entice private practitioners or private waterworks to invest without them consulting or cutting corners? On the other side, Honorable Speaker, we must ensure water is affordable. Some of the tariffs that we are having currently, Honorable Speaker, and I want to give you the example of electricity. There's this Kudura power project that does many places in Western Kenya as a part of this country. The tariffs are 3 times the Kenya Power tariffs. Yet, people have taken them because it's better than nothing. But again, it becomes unaffordable and extremely expensive. Honorable Speaker, going through the bill as short as it is, there are a few curious issues that we need to address. Honorable Speaker, in clause 4, there is a very curious provision, and I hope that listening, those who are in charge, that provided that a national public water works shall not be transferable to a county government. Honorable Speaker, would need a further explanation. What does it mean that a national public water works shall not be transferable to a county government? Yet, the end process, the last mile of water connectivity is a devolved function. So exactly what are you saying? Are we infringing on the Constitution? Are we changing the way we do things? Honorable Speaker, we need to be very clear. In any case, when you look at the section of definition and interpretation, what constitutes a national public water works has not been defined. So what are we saying? Is it another case of hurried drafting that's unable to really address the issue? Honorable Speaker, a matter of also concern is the issue of which body is authorized to abstract water. In clause 10 of this bill, they attempt to redefine the matter or contextualize the matter. But again, it's not very clear that if, for example, as we have had the quarrels of people of Murang'a with the people of Nairobi, that water is extracted in Murang'a, is transported to Nairobi, and the people of Murang'a do not have the water. So how have we cured that malady? It's not very clear in this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. So I would want the committee responsible for this to really have a look at it, draw from experts in this water sector, so that this amendment, as we are making this amendment, as we are now introducing private-public partnership, we need to be very clear to avoid conflicts, to avoid confrontation, and to avoid a lot of wastage. And then, Honorable Speaker, it's always not very right that a private sector entity is the most efficient. It isn't. Many times, public sector can as well be efficient if only we cure governance issues. We have had so many public sector bodies that are making profits, and we have so many private sector players that perpetually report losses. The end of the day is that the common mwananchi must get water, clean water, of adequate quantity and at a reasonable pricing. We do hope there will be public participation when they are setting tariffs, so that we don't exploit Kenyans for this mere fact to reward private sector public water. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance. Mr. Speaker, I want to say at the onset that I wish to support, but I'll be very brief because I can read the mood of the House. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that in supporting, I support the PPP arrangement because we are talking about accessibility of water in a lot of the areas, and even though we are saying that almost 70% of the country is covered and have access to water, yet the reality is majority of people do not have. So we need the issue of adequacy together with the issue of accessibility. Mr. Speaker, I worked very closely on the Water Act in 2016 on mainstreaming human rights. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that was very strong was on that issue, that in terms of accessibility, we may have to actually consider the issue of PPP. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I'd want to encourage is the issue of governance, because sometimes then we have, we factor in, not factor in, but the issue of corruption sets in, because then you'll find that only a few people will be accessing this water. There'll be a few ones who will be working around the climate change, and there'll be a very few people who will be working in different sectors. As an old member, I sit here and I can see sometimes which direction we are headed, Mr. Speaker. And I can see the good intention and the moneyed intention. So I would want to encourage that our moneyed intention does not override the public good. So even as we are moving the PPP way, let us remember that Kenyans need to access water. I do support and thank you.
Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you. I take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. At least this is a house of debate, and I have people whom I represent, and they need to be heard. And on the onset, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the bill as it is, because I've gone through it, there are some gray matters, there are some gray areas which I believe the committee did not address, Mr. Speaker. The gray areas, as I look at the mood of the House, as I've heard from my colleague, is that there are those projects which have been existing, and the bill as it is now, you know, the law does not operate in retrospect. It should operate from where it has been formulated onwards. But the way I'm looking at this law is that it's going to affect even those people who have been having their own intakes, who have invested on their own. They have waters in their homes. They have used pipes which they have bought through their own investments. But at the end of the day, they are going to be charged by the county government out of that water which they are going to be using. Those are the areas which have not been addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, to me, water is a natural resource, of which this natural resource, we must be careful when addressing the law on water, for there are those who cannot be able to afford to pay for it. If we are addressing only urban issues, town issues, that's very good. If we are addressing about Nairobi or Meru town or any other place. But now come to a rural area, whereby one is unable even to have 3 meals per day, to have bread on the table. Look at the circumstances, whereby we were talking on bottom-up economy. Bottom-up economy is to at least to make sure that those who are down, we have left them to come upwards. Now we have gone back to those people who are down to charge them the natural resource which they have been enjoying from God. And here we are today, everybody clamping that we need to start charging a common man on the village. I stand, even if I mean alone, to oppose this bill because it's not well thought of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable James Nikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this, but with a lot of caution. So, Speaker, water is part devolved and part national. So, Speaker, the bulk water is with the national government. Between the national government and the county government, there are very many water boards. These water boards have not been extremely efficient, so that you find that the county governments don't have enough bulk water to distribute. And yet, the boards themselves are also not efficient. In the end, you find that there is very little water that people are getting at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, in the introduction of a public-private sector may support this and will help, particularly in the middle-level distribution and partly the bulk water, because I don't think there are really private bodies that will take huge bulk water as the national government can take. Therefore, I think it will support. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we must look at the management of water at the county level in distribution at the grassroots level, considering the way our terrains are and the way our housing and villages spotted all over the place. It is extremely important. Sometimes I wish we had communal living where people are actually living in towns or villages. It would be easy. Having said that, I support that, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned with the cost. Once we get into the private sector coming in, we'll have to be extremely careful on how the costs are controlled. Mr. Speaker, the experience in this country is every time the private sector comes in, despite us having the PPP Act in place, the private sector comes in, it normally swallows the public sector. In the end, it is the private sector that works, and then costs go up, it becomes impossible to deal with. Look at just what happens with the universities. When we actually relaxed and started to say we can support both private and public universities, we had to reverse that situation because of what happened. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this, but it will be very important that tariffs and how water is charged must be strictly controlled, and I think that should be a national a government function, both national and county, and we should have rating, as just we have passed the law for rating in other rates collection, so that actually we protect the people. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we will find our people not even able, people will just go collect water from the river, put small dams, and start selling it to people without even looking at the effect on the environment. So, Mr. Speaker, I support it with a lot of caution.
Honorable Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And looking at the mood of the House, I restrain myself to only two things. First, Honorable Speaker, PPP, with the element of the government, the investors have always shied off to get into this arrangement because there haven't been clarity on the role and the costing of each. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm hoping in this bill during the third reading, we can introduce a new clause where we can put it clearly and with clarity on the roles of each. For instance, the investor can dig the dam and the government can distribute water. That is very important, particularly on infrastructure. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we have had dams, particularly in Nyandarua, Muranga, and other areas, where there haven't been any revenue sharing system or process. We have been giving water to Nairobi, like through Sasumwa Dam, and getting nothing, and worst, even not giving even the neighborhood from where the water catchment area is coming. Headed to this PPP, we are expecting as Nyandarua to have Malewa Pesi Dam, and we are expecting the such dams to give the local areas water. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Harrison Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi nami nikaweze kuchangia mswada huu wa maji. Mheshimiwa Spika, toka tupate uhuru, swala la maji limekuwa nyeti sana, na mpango huu mpya ambao ni wa kuhusisha serikali na kampuni binafsi, naona ni mpango ambao utaweza kusaidia nchi kupata maji katika pembe zote. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa itazingatiwa kwamba kampuni na watu binafsi watahusishwa hasa kwa uchimbaji wa mabawa. Hiyo itaweza kusaidia kuona kwamba maji yanapatikana katika kila sehemu nchini. Mbali na hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sasa hivi utakuta sehemu nyingi kame hazina maji. Na si kwamba maji hayapatikani. Maji yako mengi chini ya ardhi, lakini ile hali ya kupata maji haya yakaweze kupatikana na yakaweze kuwafikia wananchi ndilo limekuwa tatizo sugu, na natumai mswada huu utaweza kusuluhisha hivyo na watu wakaweze kupata maji kote nchini bila kuangalia huku wala kule. Kwa hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, nasema asante. Naunga mkono mswada huu.
Honorable Andrew Okuome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, I just want to add my voice to this very important issue. We know water is life, as everybody says. But then, since independence, we still talk about water. It is sad. So, really, I support the idea of using PPP if that can give us water to our people. PPP can be used to give water to small-scale cases. Like communities can get water if dams are used. Community can get waters if rivers are used. So we have sources that would sustain supply of water to the communities we need. At the same time, at the national level, the government can help us get water using PPPs, using large-scale investors who can cover large areas. But for small areas, we can use even the local people to join in PPP with the government so that we can get water for our people. Water is essential, it is necessary, we need it, and we need to support a bill like this one very, very strongly and with action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this amendment bill on water. As you're aware, Nairobi is actually a county that struggles with water and has a lot of waterborne diseases from typhoid, cholera, and we also have something that goes on in our slums, our informal settlements, where women actually have to trade their bodies for water because at one point or another they cannot pay the cartels and the vendors, so in the end it's sex for water. So having PPPs to provide water is a very, very good and smart move by the government so that we don't expose ourselves to further debt. But what I would like is to ensure that we actually have a control of price so that the people in the informal settlements can actually be able to pay water at a lower cost. Because believe it or not, right now, some people in the slums pay more for water and electricity than people in the posh areas of the county of Nairobi. So it is a good move. I stand and I support this amendment bill because water is life. Thank you.
What is out of order, Honorable Owen Baya, as Honorable Aika prepares?
Honorable Speaker, reading the mood of the House and Article 90, Standing Order 95, kindly we request the mover to reply.
I'll put the question because I'd nominated Honorable Aika to speak immediately after Honorable Aika. And I want to request the members that this motion must be replied to today. So I want to thank you for returning to the House and request that you stay until Honorable Aika is done.
Asante sana One Speaker kwa kunipatia hii fursa na mimi niweze kuchangia hili swala la mambo ya maji. Maji ni kweli yamekuwa ni donda sugu kwa sehemu nyingi za Kenya, haswa hata ile kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta. Wakina mama, watoto na wazee wanatembea sehemu mbali sana wakienda kutafuta maji, na mara nyingi wakienda kutafuta maji hayo wanakutana na changamoto mingi. Tumekuwa na kesi nyingi hata zingine za wakina mama wamepata kukutana na watu ambao wakawatendea vitendo vya unyama hadi kuwabaka kwa sababu ya kutembea msituni kwenda kutafuta mambo ya maji. Na kwa hivyo ninaunga mkono kabisa swala hili ili mambo ya maji yaweze kupata wepesi wa kusambazwa kila sehemu, pembe zote za kaunti na hata za nchi hii ya Kenya. Asante sana Bwana Spika, naunga mkono.
Honorable Owen Baya stood at his place and asked that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to reply and thank all the members who have supported this bill. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, is only one member, the member for Imenti Central, who has opposed this bill. Honorable Speaker, I hear the chair of the Water and Irrigation Committee saying the member for Imenti Central opposed because he had not read the bill. And I would be constrained maybe to agree with the chair, because had he read, he would know the people of Imenti Central are in dire need of water. And the only way to guarantee the people of Imenti Central that they have water is to ensure that we have a PPP arrangement through the water purchase system or model of financing to be able to actualize their
Majority
dreams
Leader is
for
the
having
member,
clean
is the
drinking
member
water.
for Imenti Central in the House.
I think he just walked in, opposed, then walked out. Honorable Speaker, that's why I thank all these other members of Parliament who have the patience to sit here and listen to each other, enrich debate, other than someone who just walks into the House, says, I oppose, doesn't know what they are opposing, then he leaves, and leaves his people suffering without water, Honorable Speaker. But I want to assure all these members, and indeed the country, that with this new financing or funding or financing model, we will now realize the dream of having clean drinking water for millions of our people who suffer without clean drinking water, and also be able to roll out many projects around the country. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023 be read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye.